Hello, everyone. It's Zim, finally actually doing a stream that follows through and actually premieres. It's been some time, hasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Here's my pitch. Pity is in the Godzilla story, and Diddle's Godzilla like Diddle, like Diddy with Diddle dudes. I love that. Joe Smo, Ao. And is the world of Minecraft. Hello. Atomic Convoy, Part 1. I have an idea. I would have it set in a cyberpunk city similar to Batman. Godzilla story was made in a lab for potential wars, but escapes and now is both a threat and a hero to the city. Batmanzilla. Do. Asus, how's it going? But yeah, wow. I think we hit 1 minute. 7 people watching already. I love that. It makes me feel so happy. I don't know, I just feel loved. But how are y'all doing today? I know obviously there's a lot of you who are sending in pitches either through the Discord or you may not be able to come on. That's totally okay. But yeah, so I'm just dropping by. There's a big chance I won't be able to, unfortunately. Hope the stream goes well. Hey, at least just throw down a like and you're helping engage, so I respect that. I love that. So let me, just as usual, we all know how it goes. Housekeeping and things of that nature. But so in other news, I posted this on my Twitter, which I know not everyone has Twitter, so it makes sense if you haven't seen it, but I recently picked up a new computer. The thing costs quite a penny, so with the new computer, it means once I get that, I'm going to be uploading all my favorites and stuff from this laptop to that computer there, and that way I'll be able to start streaming on that computer, and what that will mean is I'll have a dual monitor set up, so I'll be able to be a little bit better with some of the streamception stuff probably. Plus, since it's going to be a gaming PC, I will also probably be doing more gaming streams on the channel. That also means that I will probably start experimenting more with things like OBS and Streamlabs instead of StreamYard. But for the moment, StreamYard serves my purposes, and we'll kind of see how things go here and there. But yeah, so anything that kind of helps towards stuff on the channel, super chats are always welcome if you can, or just become a patron, YouTube member, all those things. I appreciate it. But what I just did was I put in the Discord link for the stream link for people who are in the Discord. Of course, if you're not in the Discord, I recommend that you join. And if you are not part of the Discord already or do not have a Discord, I suggest making one so that you can kind of join in on all the kaiju action that's going on there, help expand the community. We all have things like that. So I'll post that here. And then we've also got a few people who usually do make it but can't, unfortunately. I know Sea Monster was not able to join, unfortunately, so he left me his pitch. So we'll be able to read that out for him. Plus, I have a few of the people's pitches that they've sent to me here and there, so I'll be picking them up as we go. But yeah, so for people who are kind of newer to the Discord, it's always going to be the main journals where you'll see the StreamYard links from me. If it's for someone else, I'll probably put it in like the showroom or something. So if you want to join for the stream because you got a pitch you want to talk about, you can put that there. And yeah, so I've already got someone in the back. I'm just going to pull up the pitch first. I'm just going to put that somewhere so I can remember where that is. And yeah, so it's 2 pages. We'll probably do another stream so that more people can get in on it, because I know that unfortunately not everyone was able to join. I'm going to hop on in a sec. Okay. Yep. And there's Vic. Say hello. He sees a little wrench there. It's moderator Vic. Hello to you, GFan86. How's it going? Got Rules of Earth in the mail. Can't wait to read both volumes. That's awesome. I know that there's the Shinji Nishikawa Godzilla Encyclopedia that I want to pick up. That's coming in September. And I think October is when the Marvel Godzilla omnibus comes in, and then there's all the Godzilla variant covers, which I'm not the biggest fan of Marvel at the moment, but I kind of want to buy some of those variant covers for things, but I'm debating everything. I'm debating, but let me bring on the second person who's in the back here joining us tonight, and that is the world of the Minecraft.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's fine. I started a Gamera movie marathon, so that's happening.
Yes, I saw that in the Discord. Did you already start, or are you starting like tonight after the stream?
I started already, but I paused. I'm about halfway through Gamera the Giant Monster, the original one.
Oh, okay. What are your thoughts on it so far? I mean, how long has it been since you watched it?
I haven't seen that movie since I want to say 5th grade. So yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good so far.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then, of course, speaking of movies, G-Fest just revealed its movie lineup, which is interesting.
Yes.
I think there was only one movie that I predicted right, which I'm surprised by. But then I'm also not surprised by because I think all the movies that they had were anniversary picks.
Yeah. Still a little bit upset -1 isn't on the roster, but what can you do?
It's like one of those things where I'm like, I'm not surprised, but then I'm also like, you know what? Fine. Why not? Like the picks that they have aren't bad.
Yeah, no.
We
got
a really solid lineup, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey Zim, it says right here. What did I miss? Have not posted. We haven't talked about any of the pitches yet. So I haven't missed much. We're just sort of like warming up the stream for everyone. Talking a little bit about G-Fest news. For me, it's 10 days till I leave for Chicago. And
I leave on I think it's either the 11th or 12th. So there's that.
Are you leaving? You're going to be there for like the double feature, right?
Probably. I'm going.
So then you'll be leaving for
the plan. The plan for me is for me and my brother. We're gonna get a sense of the place on Friday, and then explore the city that Friday, and then Saturday is just dedicated to G-Fest, and Sunday we're just gonna wrap it out.
So you're not gonna be at like the convention when it starts Friday. You're gonna be mostly doing city stuff on Friday.
Yeah, because my brother's really excited to go to Chicago.
Gotcha. But yes, for everyone who is going and hasn't really been following anything or isn't going, what they're showing this year for the movies is, well, let's see. I think, yeah. So, got you. So I was right. So 60th anniversary presentation, 50th anniversary, 40th, and 30th. So that makes sense.
And then obviously GXK because not released this year. And Final Wars.
20th. Yeah. So for Thursday, you'll get to see Mothra versus Godzilla, which is a really strong start, followed by another strong start with Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, and then Return of Godzilla and Space Godzilla. I think Space Godzilla is the one that people are probably not going to watch as much or like tune in for. But I'm still gonna. I always go and watch them, so there's that. And then Final Wars is gonna be fun, and then GXK is gonna be like the really rowdy movie premiere.
That's the big one.
Are always really rowdy, so.
Yeah, I was actually half expecting them to do Godzilla 2014 as well. But
yeah, honestly, no, I'm not surprised because they did 2014 a while ago.
Interesting.
It was, no, not a while ago. It was like last year when when TJ Storm was there. They did it. So yeah.
Oh, that explains a lot. Yeah, and of course, -1 was on the table, but they didn't do that.
I bet there's a reason why. They might do it next year, probably.
Yeah.
And also got Zavik in here.
Hello.
And we got another person here. Oh, wait, no, it says they will need to connect their mic and cam before you can add them to the stream. So for the person who's in the back, as a heads up, you'll just probably need to add your mic or video cam. And once you add your video cam, you should be able to turn off the camera so we don't have to see your face or anything. But I think you just need a mic, and then it will let you connect. And if you already have it connected and it's having issues, just in the private chat, let me know. And I might just have to kick you and you'll have to rejoin. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy. I'm interested for the pitch that I have. Actually, the pitch that I have, a lot of that was inspired by a lot of different properties and some recent reminiscence that I've had.
It's funny because I've been so busy with work and stuff, picking up the extra shifts for the convention. I only got to start my pitch today, so I'm not super attached to this specific pitch, but I really liked what I came up with, and the name comes from at least something I've already done before, so it's subject to change.
Yeah, mine doesn't really have a name. In fact, I'm not as attached for this one as I was the Monsterverse pitch. Funnily enough, every time I tried to develop this one, I kept developing my Monsterverse pitch a bit more because I was rewatching KOTM in prep for the debate.
Gotcha.
And that
I have to watch
reignited
that
a lot
this weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, that reignited a lot of inspiration. Same with me watching Cloverfield, actually. So, which Cloverfield helped an inspiration for this pitch.
Gotcha. Yeah. And it looks like our new person was able to get his mic working. So let's bring him on there. Hello.
I have the microphone.
Yes.
Can you hear me well?
I can hear you good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Just asking about the echo. Can you hear any echo? Because I can't hear it.
I can't really hear an echo on my end at all. I think if anything, you still have the stream open on your end. You'll just have to pause the stream.
Or mute it.
Okay.
Or mute it, yeah. I'm going to kick the other one of you that's in here. I don't think it will kick you directly, but if it does, just rejoin. You should be fine. So let me just kick the extra one that's here.
Okay.
Yes. Yep. So, okay. You're good.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
But obviously, since you've never joined before on these, why don't you tell the audience who you are?
Oh, well, just, like I like Godzilla since I was like 3. I still remember I have the recording of Jurassic Park back when VHS was a thing, and you can actually see the first time I saw a Godzilla movie, which was 98, is recorded as coming up. So you have like the coming up on ETN or something like TNT, Godzilla. So I have it recorded, the date and all, in which I watched my first movie. And yeah, I've been watching your streams from time to time. I worked on filmmaking. I already wrote a script. I like horror, and I always thought of ideas that I would like to make for a Godzilla movie, but I never really got to making anything. Even though I like movies, but like Godzilla was always like this thing where I was like, I don't know what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been thinking about it for a couple months. And by the way, can you hear like a lot of noise around me?
Not too much. There's not like a big echo where it's affecting your audio, so you're good.
Okay, great. So yeah, I just was thinking about something. I just wanted to share it, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, awesome.
Nice, can't wait to hear it.
So we got 4 people in here. Oh, see, Monsters is in the stream. Does that mean, are you going to be able to join proper, or do you want me to read out your pitch? Because obviously you're in the chat. If you can't join, I'll obviously still read it for you. But if not, let me know. Because you can join from, obviously, the server. And...
Also, just as a question, where do we post art pieces that we've made for the pitch somewhere?
So, I think what I'm going to do is
I sent some to the roundtable submission.
Yeah, send it to the roundtable submission after the stream. I'm just going to I'm going to put a stream. I'm going to do art stream channel, which is going to be for people who want to post things related to streams in the future. And then the roundtables are going to be their own thing. So,
all right, cool.
Okay, cool. There's that. And Sea Monster can join. All right, cool. So that I can remove I remove his pitch story because he's got that right there. And all right, cool. So obviously you see join whenever you are, and Black Rooney says in the back that he's gonna join at a strategically convenient time. So all right, cool. I'm not going to start with mine. I'm going to start with someone else's. They were in the chat. I think it's Stripe Lizard 25 YT, and I think he had another thing. Steffi Finch was also there in the chat as well. I think it's the same person, but he sent me some stuff, so I'll read his little pitch first, and then we can go Minecraft World, Vic, and then Lataro. I think that's how you say it. So
Yeah,
or
you can say
actually,
Lao
anything
if you want to.
Lao.
It's shorter.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then actually no. Since you're a new Lao, I'll have you go first after I give Lizard's pitch, so that obviously you can get everyone to know you. And then look who else joined here. It's the Sea Monster. How's it going, my man? Cricket, cricket, cricket. But obviously, once he gets his mic issues, he's probably gonna be like, "What's up?" or whatever. But let us begin. So let me share first what Lizard did for some art he posted. It's really funny because Lizard, I actually checked your thing because you said that you had posted art somewhere. So I just checked your channel, and then the community post you had this year. So I'm not sure why it didn't tag me originally. I'm sorry about that, but I was able to find it. So you have your Godzilla design right here, which looks very dinosaur-y.
That is a really cool look.
And you got a little destroyer here, which you like as well. And then the title, you did a really good job on all of this right here, having all the different symbols all equal to Godzilla Warpath.
Ooh.
So, and we'll go back to, I like this Godzilla one right here. So
Let's see, you got your mic working?
see, oh, there he is. Now we can hear him.
There we got you.
Okay,
There we go.
yeah. Just want to make sure that signal, on my end sounds any good.
No, you sound good.
Okay. All
right. So I'm gonna read out Lizard's pitch. There was some spelling errors here and there, so I just tidied up a few things here and there just to make sure the pitch is a little bit more readable for everyone. So essentially, the beginning of the story happens around 1945 with the Japanese Navy patrolling around Japan and its islands until they spot a creature in the water, which they first think is either a shark or a whale, or rather a crocodile, but it's something else. And it's obviously Godzilla, who ends up going to the coast of Odo Island, instinctively, interestingly enough, to protect the natives. But they end up firing on Godzilla, who is able to heal himself, similar to Godzilla -1. The Japanese Navy, or I would say probably the Japanese Coast Guard in this case, would attack Godzilla and lure him out and fire missiles at him. And this luring out would allow him to get trapped, and it says by an iceberg, for about 9 years until 1954, where a nuclear weapon is detonated and mutates or evolves Godzilla into the monster who destroys Tokyo, leaving it in devastation and creating G-Force. And one of the founding members of this new MTF or Mutant Task Force is Dr. Serizawa, who discovers Neo-Evolution. And a little bit past this, we get to learn about one of the protagonists of the story. It's around 1972, and you get to see a rookie, Douglas Gordon, who, after dispatching Anguirus, Rodan, and Kamacuras, is promoted to captain of the Gotengo, who has his sights on his last opponent being Godzilla. The MTF is able to develop the Oxygen Destroyer to kill Godzilla, but that operation is intercepted by the U.S. and French Navy led by Cameron Winters, who are able to get a hold of Godzilla DNA, but out of the ocean results in, obviously, Destroya, who continues to evolve and becomes a menace to the MTF, who then try to revive Godzilla with the help of Mickey Sagusa. We get a little bit of a psychic connection here as Mickey's able to speak to Godzilla, and similar to Godzilla or King Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, we see that Godzilla feels like humans don't like him and don't want him around, so essentially through that psychic bond that Mickey has with Godzilla, they make a deal where if Godzilla kills Destroya, they will leave Godzilla in peace, which Godzilla does. However, at the end of the battle, there's an epilogue showing that Cameron Winters is creating a Godzilla clone named Zilla, and we end on an alien probe with sludge that lands into the ocean. And that's to be continued in the story called Godzilla Warpath. I'd say it's a nice little story. Obviously, you're bringing in a bunch of fun little ideas that everyone likes, bringing back old characters like Captain Gordon or Mickey Sagusa. So that's fun too. Interesting that you brought in characters from Godzilla series. I think Cameron Winters is probably one of the more interesting characters from the animated series. So I respect that a whole lot. Plus, I really like your Godzilla design. So I'm happy that you posted it to us.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, that is a really interesting look. That is a really interesting interpretation of the character. First off, design, really good job. I really like. I commend the use of Destroyer. I absolutely like the use of Destroyer. I think it works for what you're going for here. So, yeah. Also, based to see Douglas Gordon, my man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Poppy says thank you. Of course. Or is it letting me? Yep, there. Nope. I likes it. Thank you. Of course, my man. And there was a few people who asked questions while I was doing that. So Black Roni says, question, if I post it after joining the call, do you read it or do I do it? I'm not sure how this works. So if you join the stream right now, you be reading it out. If you can't make it, just send me a PDF via DMs and I'll be able to read it. And Country Shape Media says, greetings. You're a new person. Hello. Hello. Wait, can I cook for the next GXK movie? That we did a few streams ago, but I'm going to post a poll in the community tab after the stream, which we're going to do an original kaiju pitch next after I get back from G-Fest. So
Yes.
we're going to do a prelim stream for it, and then we'll have the actual stream when I come back from G-Fest. And yeah, so that's going to be fun. But if more people want to do more pitches to post GXK stuff, I'll happily do that. I don't have a Godzilla movie pitch because I'm busy with my own original stuff. I'm just here to enjoy the show. If you want to join for the original kaiju pitch and show off your stuff, I'll happily let you do that. So, next person is going to be Lau. So you get to, obviously, since you are the new guy on the block, you'll get to do your pitch first and just let us know when the pitch is complete and we'll give our thoughts.
Okay, so first of all, I'm kind of nervous. It's the first time I do this. But I just wanted to let you know that it's not going to be too long. I don't have everything completely finished, but I have most of the story and where it has to go. So it's kind of just a fast pitch. So it's I basically took the most basic version of Singular Point. I took out the mathematics and all of that, and you just have this red dust that comes out of a meteor that falls in Korea. The red dust has in Singular Point starts expanding, and weird shit starts happening. The laws of physics, they kind of are thrown out of the window. Strange creatures start appearing. Even the weather changes, everything is different. And yeah, this starts expanding to Japan, China, Mongolia, or parts of Russia. And after almost a century is where we actually start the story in a post-apocalyptic world. And yeah, we have a small tribe of these people that are on a isolated part of Japan. And they have these crystals, right, that protect them of Rodan. In Singular Point, this will be a super species that has invaded everything. And they don't really know where the crystals come from because, they've been there forever. And people, because of, the world being run by monsters, don't really live too long. So in this almost half a century, you have a lot of young people, but not too many old. So a lot of history has been erased just because there was no one to, record anything. And yeah, it's kind of like Attack on Titan in a way. And Monster Hunter because the technology is very low and these people are basically fighting for their lives. But kaiju fights are pretty normal, and so the village, along with most of the valley in which they live, is kind of destroyed, and the crystals in the process. So they have more or less a week or so until the Rodans, start invading the area again. And if the Rodans find the village, they will pretty much eat everyone. So they really need to find some crystals again. And they don't know where they are. They don't know what they are. So that's kind of hard. What they do is they send a trio of the youngest, best hunters, scouts that they have in the village. And these 3 people have to go out, find out where the fuck to find these crystals, if there are any, and survive to bring them back to the village, hopefully to survive. So they are in this part of the world where they don't really know anything about the outside, and they will start finding different kaiju along the way, the Rodans. I wanted to put Gabara in there for a little bit of horror, Anguirus, stuff like that. Eventually, they will find other villages that have like different levels of technology, and more or less at the middle of the movie, they find out that technology is actually pretty futuristic. When they get into an abandoned base and they find what's basically Jet Jaguar. And the plot twist is that the crystals are actually part of Godzilla's scales. But because they're so isolated, they don't even know what Godzilla is. So this is going to be like a really big challenge. And they have to pretty much fight it in a pre-mutated version so they can save the people from their village, go back alive. But stuff is not really going to work, because of their inexperience. So basically, that's what I had in mind. It's going to be like a quest type of movie with some elements of horror, and it's actually meant to be the first movie of 2. I didn't want to make 3 because I felt like with 2 I can actually do it. And by the second movie, some things that would happen, but I still have to figure out how, would be that the outside world actually still, it's still working. They're not affected by the red dust because after they dropped a nuke, basically the dust stopped expanding, so the rest of the world is fine. And they decided to, destroy the whole area because they don't even know that there's actually people alive after a century of not seeing anything. So you have this war between the outside and the inside and the monsters and this whole thing. That's kind of it.
It definitely gives a vibe of a young adult kind of novel in a good way, where you kind of are attached to a small group of reoccurring characters who all kind of can relate to the younger viewers, which is really nice. Plus, it looks like you want to do a lot of kaiju action, so that's also good as well, which I can commend. Anyone else want to give their thoughts?
Anyone want to go first?
I guess I'll go ahead. I really like the world of the story you're building up. I like the idea of reworking some things from Singular Point to make it a little bit more of a streamlined basic story, but with a lot of cool things you can do, like all the twists and stuff, and the adventure horror aspects of it. I really like.
Thank you.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a much better version of Singular Point for sure. Which making it a lot more streamlined, and taking out all the the mathematics babble pretty much that making it a lot more straightforward for people. I would say the more streamlined the better in this case. But it works.
It absolutely feels like that. You drew the comparison between Monster Hunter, and I feel like that is absolutely for the best. This is incredibly unique. That's the best way I can describe it. Incredibly unique in the best way possible. This is wow.
Thank you. It's the first time I hear something like this, actually. So thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. And did you have any art that you wanted to go along with it? I know you didn't post any art or anything.
Because of my job, I actually don't have much time to draw, but that's also because I was drawing some Matt Frank stuff for practicing. But if it helps, I actually have some characterization for example, Gabara. I have a whole scene planned on how it will be the horror angle. If you want to, I can talk a little bit about that, so you get a feeling of how the monsters are going to act.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gabara is one of the first monsters that they face. And basically, when they hide in a cave, they notice that there are some paintings. So I took that from the Monsterverse, from a tribe that, they're more artistic, all of this. And they realized that in this cave used to live a tribe that was actually starting to be stalked by what they called a demon. and I took inspiration from Planet of Monsters, the Netflix trilogy, because their lore actually is really good, but the movies are really bad. But in the lore, in the Amazon, you have Gabra that like ate little animals and stuff like that. What I did here is that different tribes will have different monsters to deal with because of the area, and Gabra is basically human-sized, but like bigger than a human, but it can interact with humans in ways that giant monsters can't. So Gabra is like this child-eating demon that comes at night and basically, kidnaps the kids, and no one knows what happens. Everyone thinks they eat them. So there's this kid in the trio. Well, he's not a kid, but he's like the scrawniest one. And you have this scene that's a little bit like Alien. Have you guys watched the first Alien movie?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yep. So the Gabras, they are like on the trees, normally stalking, looking for kids. And when this trio like makes a camp to rest for the night, I actually probably will eventually do some drawings about this with the camera angles and all of that, because I wanted them to live on the trees. And so all you see at first is like the yellow eyes shining in the darkness, like with prey animals, they do that. And well, basically stalks them, and you can see him from behind or on top of the characters, but they never notice. So I was thinking of a design that would be more like show up on purpose, because I feel like, like show up Gabra is pretty ugly, but I felt like it could work. So it will be basically like that, but it will also be very scrawny. Like it will be a little bit like if you mixed it with realistic proportions for an animal like that. So it descends from the trees, it tries to grab one of the kids, and you realize that there are more than one. If you've seen the movie, Gabra makes this cat noise that's almost like a laughter. So I made them so they would mimic the voices of the mothers to attract the little kids. Like that's one of the things that they would do. So all the monsters here try to adapt in a way that like makes a little bit of sense and makes you wonder if they're more intelligent than just monsters. That's like one of the things that I made more in depth, and if I make any...
Wow.
Well, that's like a really cool concept.
That's
yeah, that's it. It
I think
makes it sound like
perfect.
Wow.
Yeah, to use Gabra.
That. Oh my God. What? Keep cooking, dude. Keep cooking.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Gabra.
Yeah, he did a really good job with that idea. I know a lot of people have issues trying to work with Gabra, but I think he did a pretty good job in terms of bringing out like what would be interesting for Gabra and using him in a way that like preserves like Gabra as Gabra, but without like straying too far from like what people like about him.
Yeah.
It feels like
it makes me think of like a pardon me. I just want to say that it makes me think of like it definitely sounds like a cross between like the Legends of Baba Yaga and a Predator, pretty much from the Predator movies.
It's funny you say that, because as he was telling the story, like I was like thinking about it visually, and it reminds me of the scene from The Predator, where the super predator is like stalking them from the trees, and you see that shot of like him like eating someone.
Oh,
Did you guys watch that scene?
Yeah. No, but seriously, that is good God. That is wow.
Like another thing I thought of was like the future Predator from Primeval, with kind of how that thing moves around. That's like the first thing that came to my mind.
I was more so thinking of the White Spikes or Death Angels from A Quiet Place or Tomorrow War for the White Spikes mixed with SCP-939, the with many voices one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the White Spikes would definitely be like on the noise. Sorry, someone decided. You know those guys on the motorbikes that go really fast because they have a small dick, so they need to compensate. Well, I have one of those going right next to the window.
Nice.
Okay, but the noise is over. So what I was going to say is like the noise is definitely going to be based on that.
So,
Like
don't worry.
the white ones from Tomorrow War. They made that chuckle. So yeah, that's kind of based on it. But also on the fan version of who was it? Ada Kedavra, I think, from Pokemon.
Ooh.
Yeah, the one that's kind of creepy because like he's not really threatening, but like he does the hypnosis thing, and like little kids disappear.
I think that's
mixed
Hypno.
it.
Hypno, yes, Hypno.
Hypno. Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's actually a pretty scary
No, but-
Pokemon.
Yeah, he's pretty terrifying, but like genuinely, well done. Good
Mhm.
God,
Yeah.
wow, well done. You
Plus, I
Good
you
stuff.
sold. You
I'll
had
say-
my interest, but now you have my attention.
I mean, can anyone else really say that they were thinking about using Gabbro for their pitches? So
No.
you gotta give them credit for that too.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I just like trying to, I feel like remakes, for example, of movies should always try to make a bad movie into something good. And like with Singular Point that I used as a reference, I feel like they, even though it's not called Gavar, it's called Salong, I feel like they made the best out of Gavar in his entire history. So yeah, I tried to do something like that.
Yeah, good job. Good job.
Mhm.
Good stuff.
Gotcha. And I think that puts Minecraft World as the next pitch to go in. So bring up
Okay. All right. I'll explain once you pull it up.
Bada bing, bada boom.
All right. So to set up what I'm going for here, I need to explain that this is done. This is basically a documentary, a mockumentary, actually, is the more adequate description of a series of events that happened. I haven't decided the proper year, but a series of events that happened involving giant monsters, nuclear tests, and government incompetence. Basically, we start off in the year 1954. Castle Bravo. The sky is lit ablaze by a nuclear bomb ignited in the ocean, and the radiation drifts up to Odo Island. Several decades later, we learn about the Odo Island lizard, which is a species of semi-aquatic lizard that resides on the fictional island of Odo Island, an island located just south of the Japanese mainland. Over the intervening decades, these creatures have been a small subset of these creatures have been slowly transforming, adapting to a more underwater lifestyle. Though, well, a more semi-aquatic lifestyle. Later, one day, a massive mutated version of the Odo Island lizard arrives off the coast in Shanghai and goes on a rampage. It's chased throughout the city, hunted by military, and eventually flees, and eventually escapes underground. 3 days pass, no word, no sighting, nothing of the lizard. It is presumed dead until it emerges in Beijing, where it promptly flees into the ocean and is killed, washing up on the shore of Japan, washing up across on Japan. A week goes by, nothing, no sighting, nothing wrong, and then thousands of these creatures burst out of the forest. Shanghai is taken, Beijing is taken, the entire eastern coast of China is taken in a week, and the creatures make their way to Japan. The Korean peninsula is overrun, and Japan is put under siege. The United Nations and other world governments seek to aid the Japanese in trying to defend themselves from these monsters, but things don't go to plan, and Japan is almost 90% overrun. more of these creatures spread south towards Malaysia, Singapore, and heading towards Papua New Guinea, not passing Australia due to the colder waters of the southern Pacific, the very South Pacific bordering Antarctica. And others don't go past central Russia. Some make their way to the Russian coast, and soon they arrive in the eastern doorsteps. Hawaii is taken over, and soon they make it to the mainland United States, where it is where by that point the world nations have decided to establish a blockade and try to fend off and try to contain these creatures if they cannot be fully destroyed. The creatures dubbed Zillas are eventually overrun the western United States coast, and a blockade is made from the Rocky Mountains. Soon, and with that, the world governments, mainly the governments of the Pacific, decide every man for himself and try to take care of these creatures because with the Pacific Ocean being basically quarantined or cut off from the rest of the world, trade, shipping, and communication is all damaged. And so the world is struggling with this. Multiple attempts from various world governments fail to stop these creatures as their reproductive ability is way too much. They reproduce like flies. Well, actually, no, rabbits. But they function like a hive mind. With the Queen in Honolulu, we soon learn of a discovery that happened 2 days before. A discovery of a massive animal buried deep beneath Odo Island, with another smaller one nestled within it. We learn of the legend of Gojira and Gozuki, where depicting the tale of a giant monster that will arise from Odo Island to defend the world from a great tragedy or from a great horror when it's in its worst time of need. And so the world governments decide to come together and discuss hedging their bets on Godzilla. They decide one last attempt to retake at least Honolulu, which goes horribly. Good God, it goes horribly. And so they decide to hedge their bets on Godzilla. After about a month of work, the creature is freed, and Godzilla and Gojira, renamed Godzilla, and Gozuki, renamed Godzilla Jr., arises from Odo Island. Godzilla stands at 120 meters tall. Godzilla Jr. stands at 70. Godzilla looks around, notices the humans, and takes an assessment of the situation as Godzilla Jr. heads south towards the Polynesian Islands and Australia. Godzilla lets out a loud call, and that echoes across the Pacific Ocean, and the Zillas hear it. Every single Zilla in Eastern Asia and in the Polynesian area, in Australia, Singapore, that general area, hurries towards Godzilla as he makes landfall in Osaka. And these creatures are easy to kill by missile, but they're numerous. Godzilla battles every single creature from Eastern Asia and the Japanese mainland, tearing them apart, incinerating them with his atomic breath, as Godzilla Jr. does the same with the Polynesian Islands, making landfall in the Bikini Atoll. Soon the two return onto Odo Island and make their way east towards Honolulu. As Godzilla lets out another call, the Queen is alerted, and every other Zilla on the mainland United States makes their way towards Honolulu. World militaries, deciding, hey, this has worked so far, join the fight against the Zilla threat as Godzilla and Godzilla Jr. make landfall in Honolulu with a gigantic swarm of these things coming. The U.S. military joined the fight, and with their help, they'd fend off the swarm as the Queen arises. And they engage in a long and devastating battle that lasts more than a day. In the end, Godzilla and Junior, while both taking very visible damage, finish the fight. The queen is destroyed, and peace is restored. Godzilla returns to Odo Island. Junior Junior decides to explore this new world a bit more and ventures south towards towards Castle Bravo and the Bikini Atoll, towards the site of Castle Bravo and the Bikini Atoll. And we end with a montage discussing what happened afterwards. The end.
Steffi says, I need this to be a movie, please, Toho. So I guess that means the audience is very happy with that. Plus, you're going to make a lot of 98 fans really happy because you're reintroducing Zilla and giving them the worst possible scenario there.
The concept was actually inspired by an idea that Pointless had with his Godzilla 98 review, where he asked, what if Zilla just laid its eggs not in New York, but rather in like the rainforests of Panama or Central America? What if it decided to stay isolated and not go to a major population center? What happens there? And I thought, hey, that's actually an interesting idea. And I've also been reminiscing on the events of COVID. So you can imagine the allegory was there. As well as War Z was another major inspiration with this, and Cloverfield, and of course, the Living with Monsters, Lost Utopia videos. So, yeah.
I've been watching those. Those have been really good.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
I
like it.
The introduction of Zilla there.
Of course you do.
Cool idea.
I knew.
Yeah,
I knew
but like
you'd be
it's a
pleased,
good
Vic.
one. It's a good one, so it's hard not to like it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, but Vic, how do you feel about Zilla's interpretation here?
I
I
like
really
it
like
because
going
like
with the angle.
oh no, you go first. It's fine.
Sorry about that. But I really like the angle you're going for with like his strengths as a character and like what he was sort of like the worst case scenario that the 98 movie presented. I also like it reminds me of the Dragma storyline from the series. I think that's a really cool
Yeah, I
similarity
didn't
there.
think of that. Yeah. What about you, Lau?
So like I had already mentioned the anime trilogy having like a really good lore, but really bad movies. This is part of it actually. Like the Zillas invading everything. I think in that story, Godzilla, the version of Godzilla 98 invaded Paris. So it reminded me a lot of that, but also mixed with their capacity to fight on rulers of Earth, was it?
Yeah.
So yeah, like that to me is more interesting, because on top of the numbers, when you have a monster that's weaker than Godzilla, like individually weaker, you make the fights I feel more interesting, because when it's just like punching and biting and who dies last wins, it's not the same as when one of the monsters is weaker. For example, the Mutos, I feel like work because of that, because they have to work together, they had to do different things in 2014. So I think that when you put something like Zilla as the antagonist, even if it has more numbers, you are making interesting fight scenes and you are adding more tension to. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like they're basically just doing what you suggested, pretty much about having Zilla like essentially lay her eggs in a more isolated area. It makes so much more sense than as opposed to like New York City, because like if Zilla were to like want to like lay her if her intention is to like lay her eggs somewhere where she could also get food, somewhere more isolated would have made more sense, pretty much. So yeah, it.
Yeah, like why did they go to Manhattan? This is stupid.
Yeah, it's like why go all that way? Go that far?
That
I don't
tuna
get
bread.
you.
Like, okay,
that
maybe
tuna eating thing.
like if it was something like San Francisco, fine. If it settled in San Francisco, okay, it's on the Pacific, it's in warmer waters, but like, why Manhattan? So, yeah, or Central America.
It's an island, water on all sides.
Like
but it's a good place to hide. This is a really good place to hide, even though it has 8 million. It's like The population is like how many people in '98 New York?
Over
3
3
million.
million
And
people.
actually, if you think about it, if they had made 98 go to Japan as every Godzilla, so much of Japan is, like rural, that it probably would have actually won. But no, it went to army country, basically.
Yeah. I agree with
Yeah.
you on that. I know real quick, someone else on Discord said that they had a small pitch they want to do, which I'll read out. It's only a few lines, so once I do this pitch, it will be Vic's turn. So essentially, Apple King came up with the idea of another Godzilla in Hell story, but instead it's similar to Dante's Inferno, where the Divine Comedy with Virgil essentially helping the ghost of the 1954 Godzilla and being the guide to the main Godzilla story, with the main challenges being that Godzilla fights demonic versions of his rogues gallery, similar to the Godzilla in Hell story we actually got to see. I like the idea of like another Godzilla in Hell story, because Godzilla in Hell was its kind of own thing, but like kind of mirroring the Divine Comedy with Godzilla would be pretty interesting. Let me show off the 2 bits of art that they showed off. So this is like the Ghost Godzilla that's in Hell that he showed off. That's pretty interesting. I like that. And let me show off. I like he had another design, which I think is main Godzilla that he wanted for his story. Let me show that, because that's a little bit more of a different design. So where is it? Yep, there it is. Boy.
Wow.
Yeah, I do like that design too.
Wow.
Like little spikes, like a little around the arm too, are pretty cool.
I love the glowing eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, glowing eyes on Godzilla are always really nice.
Nice.
There we go. And that means Senor Fick, you are next. And you also have 3 pictures too. So in this case, you have to tell me which ones to share.
I guess for now, show like the full body Godzilla piece I have that I sent there. That shows the design there. All right, so this here is my design for the Godzilla story pitch I have. I've been showing this around for a while now, and I think I showed like a earlier design on one of Zim's streams a while back, and so I've basically just sort of developed it more here. And essentially, the story is gonna be a solo Godzilla story where we basically start out. The opening of the movie idea that I have is basically you have a group of men sailing on the seas, and it's a fishing vessel, and they're basically out at sea, throwing their nets and trying to get a good catch. But they come to find that they've caught something in their net that they don't really know what it is, and it's extremely powerful. They tug at it, they try to get it in the boat, but it just won't budge. And then suddenly a not large but very, very big tail erupts from the net and basically just whips the side of the boat. And so the captain decides to let it go. And we see something big, shadowy trail off from beneath the surface of the water. And then from a distance, they can see that they've landed on a few remote islands off the coasts of Japan. And they've decided to abandon it because one of the sailors mentions that there are rumors of an island protected by sea serpents. And so then we go into the opening credits. We see footage of nuclear testing. We see different stock footage of tests, military operations, dumping of nuclear waste, all of the stuff we've seen before. So we know this is how the legend and the tragedy will begin. And then you want to cut to, I think one of the third pictures I sent is basically the design for the Proto Godzilla, if you want to show that, Zim.
Sure. This one right here?
Here we have, just to give you an idea, this is the Godzillasaurus version of mine so far, where we have these aquatic reptilian creatures that surround the island. And this is what the sailors saw just beneath the the surface of the water and the large tail erupting from the sea. And so they decide to let it go. And so we cut a few years later. The islands have been sort of corroded and corrupted, and not much life is there. And a few 100 miles away from that, we have a Navy vessel that's doing a top secret operation and shipping some prototype technology and material. And mysteriously, it is under attack by a giant sea organism, and nobody knows what happens. The Mayday was cut short, followed by a tremendous thundering roar. And so we then cut to a Coast Guard operation of a rescue operation a few miles away, and we center in on a Coast Guard officer who will be the sibling of one of our other main protagonists, who is a investigative journalist. If you want to show I have the character of this investigative journalist. I sent it there, so you can show that one on screen. And she is going to be one of the main protagonists, along with the brother character, who is a Coast Guard officer. And then he's going to be tasked with finding out what's happening officially, and then unofficially on the civilian side, we have her, who she is investigating as well, using her brother's job as a sort of inside scoop to see what's going on. And then that's where the human drama is going to play in, to where her brother wants to stay on business, not let her get distracted or be put in any danger, but the sister really wants to get the story, and so she puts herself at risk, trying to find out what's happening. And then so in the midst of all this investigation, we find out that the mysterious beast is in fact a mutated version of the aquatic marine reptiles of the island, and it's presumed that it might be one of the last remaining ones that was affected by all the nuclear radiation and fallout around the area. And so now it is beginning to hunt down shipping vessels because it sees them as a competition for any resources, and also preys on nuclear submarines. Any vessels carrying radioactive material is hunting them down because it is now using it as a energy source for itself and to survive. And now this new creation is basically going around the coast of Japan trying to find radioactive material, and they soon discover that it is on a path for one of Japan's nuclear facilities that it's installed. And so now it's like a race against time to prevent this creature from landing in Japan, and trying to save the day and just protect the people of the country and anyone else who is at risk. And that is what I have so far for the story. I am going to continue to work on that on some other time, but that is basically the pitch of the story.
So before anyone else says anything, I think I need to say something that's very important to everyone here. Is everyone listening?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Wood.
All right.
You got. There you go, guys. Wood.
Oh my.
And we lost Lau too. I'm so sorry.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Lau, if you're still listening to the stream, you're still good to just join back in if you want to. Don't worry about it.
Oh my god.
I like how Godzilla here looks like he just got back from Planet Fitness, and we're all like, yeah.
No, but design-wise, I can obviously I can see the '98 influences, and I think I can see a bit of Godzilla involved in there, mainly with the Thagomizer.
Yeah.
Mainly the Thagomizer, which I want more Godzillas with Thagomizers, please. It's cool.
It is
Though
very cool, yeah.
a part of me is reminded of the Stan Winston design.
Wood too.
No, but seriously, a part of me is reminded of the Stan Winston design. I think it's the spikes.
Yeah, I think it's the head for me. The head and kind of the posture.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all. It's all I like all three of those designs, but still. But yeah,
Well,
I think like
we
the
stay
jaw
in
kinda
90 in
looks
this
like
house.
Yeah, we stay in 98. I think the jaw kind of looks like reminds you of the Stan Winston design. God, I cannot pronounce the names today.
Yeah.
It's just me. It's just me because I just see the jaw and I'm like thinking of the Stan Winston design for some reason.
Yeah.
No, I can see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a really interesting story. Also, your Proto Godzilla is really neat.
Thank you.
Yeah. Neat stuff.
Yeah, when it
Wow,
comes to
that's
design, definitely 98 and Evolved inspired. I also looked for the head. I actually went with more of like a Gorgonopsid head as a base design, and then used also some dinosaur influences as well.
To me, it reminds me of
Reminded of Stan Winston.
on the series. Was it Commoditrax? Like the
Komodo
Komodo
yeah.
Dragon Kaiju? Yeah.
I guess for me, Vic, I'd say that the reason why I don't see the Gorgonopsid head is because you know how Gorgonopsids usually in their depictions they have that dip where their saber is.
Yeah.
That's usually something that you notice a lot, and I think with where the eyes are, it kind of gives it like a 98 Stan Winston-esque kind of vibe. Whereas with Gorgonopsids, they have their eyes really far to the back, and then they have the long dip in the snout, and it curves back up to where the saber is. That's like super distinct for the interpretations of like all the members of the family. So that's kind of why probably we aren't noticing that. But like, I can vibe with it.
Taking a closer observation of this drawing, it kind of looks a bit like it may have taken a bit of like cue from Gendy Tartakovsky's Primal, the way the way it's hard to really describe it, but it makes me, I don't know, looking at it makes me look at it and think like, oh, that design for Godzilla, the way it's stylized, it could fit in with Primal pretty much.
I guess it's because it's like super simplistic, but with like strong shapes and colors.
Yeah. It looks cool though, really cool.
Thank you. Yeah, Primal is definitely one of the influences for my style that I go with. So glad to hear that.
That's a
good
choice.
Yeah, but as for the story, that's cool. That's interesting, honestly. Like so far, you got a good start. You got a really good start.
Thank you.
Kind of reminds me of Gorgo.
What'd you say, Lupin? Oh, Gorgo?
The design reminds me of Gorgo now.
Oh, Black's here.
Yo.
The black man appears.
Oh my god, it's an N-word. Hey, yo, my ninja, how you doing, bro?
How you doing?
We are all ninjas in this house now.
My fellow black man, my brother.
Gago.
Wait, what are we blacks or are we Roonies in this case? So like, should we all just be like black, whatever our name is, or our names then?
No, I'm black. Y'all are Roonies.
All Roonies.
No, I'm black. I'm black now. I took your black card. How you feel about that now?
Yeah.
So,
my brother in Yakub.
My brother.
Yo.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Ninjas in Paris.
Ninjas in Paris, bro.
There we go.
That would make a good heist movie. Ninjas in Paris.
I could vibe with that.
I'd watch
That
that.
sounds like a movie from like the 80s or like the early 90s. I just feel like something
It sounds like a
around that time.
mockbuster, if anything.
Yeah, with the Chris Rock and what's the guy from Rush Hour? What's his name?
Oh,
Jackie Chan? Or you're talking about the black guy?
No, the black guy.
the black.
The black guy.
Chris Tucker?
Yes, him. Yes.
But you need one more. You gotta have a rule of threes.
Chris Tucker, Chris Rock, and Will Smith.
There we go.
Nah, Will Smith is crazy.
Oh no!
And
Will
without,
Smith.
keep my wife's name out your mouth, no jutsu.
Yeah.
Yo, is he back? Wait,
You
what
know,
is that?
Will
It's,
Smith shouldn't use any guns and shouldn't
Yeah,
kick anyone. He just
rewind
slaps
time.
everyone. It's like his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought.
I
So-
vibe with that.
We
No,
be
It's
vibing.
rewind time. It's rewind time.
So
Yo,
Black,
it's
what'd you think?
rewind time.
Black, what'd you think of the pitches so far?
Rewind time.
What are we
Yeah.
calling Suicide Squad?
All right. So
No,
as for
bro,
the
he doesn't.
pitches, the pitches. Let's see. Starting with Lao Lu. How do you pronounce that again? Lao.
Lau. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Lao. So his pitch.
I
I
was a
mentioned
black
this in
man.
the comments, and I'm gonna. I'm gonna. I'm gonna say it again. His pitch could easily be like the next big thing. You know how Game of Thrones was the big thing and Attack on Titans was the big thing. I feel like if he made that into a series, then that could be like the next big thing, like the Game of Thrones but for Godzilla. And I genuinely would want to see that made.
Thanks.
Yep.
I'm bad at replying to positive feedback, so I'm just going to say thanks a bunch of times. Sorry.
Would it be like? The question is, would it be live action or animated?
I always thought of it as live action because I was thinking about it as
Okay,
two
now
movies,
that
but
will
it
be
could be a
good
show. Yeah.
Yeah.
You sure?
If it were live action, then it could definitely be the next big thing. I agree.
It could be. It has a chance to be like a bigger chance to be the big next thing. What the? I'm tripping out right now.
Yeah, because sadly, like people look at something that's 2D and they don't want to watch it. A lot of people do that. But if it's live action, even people who like animation will, are more propense to watch it than people who don't like animation are going to watch something that's 2D. So I feel like sadly,
it
2D
definitely could
sometimes
depend
fails.
because it could depend because like a lot of 2D animated have animations that are for adults or kind of like a cult classic or have a cult following. So like
Fire and Ice.
that I consider that more better than like a popular like thing. Like in like and like how would you want your series to get popular by like a cult fan base or by like people that just get into the series because it was popular?
Yeah, but the thing is, sometimes you have to give out some integrity because when you do that, sadly, sometimes your movies fail. Like this wasn't even 2D, but like D&D was like very niche, and it's like the best comedy I've seen in the decade, possibly. If you haven't watched D&D, it's like incredibly funny, so imaginative and unique, and it flopped mostly because of a bad release. But you need to try to make things as broad as possible if you're trying to do it from a producer's perspective. That's what I was trying to do. With making it only 2 movies instead of 3, or in the case of like Ronnie, what he said, yeah, it could be a show, because I feel like, for example, in the Monsterverse, you cannot really plan out anything because you never know when the last movie is going to be. That's why you have to try to keep it concise or very mainstream.
No, I agree with that statement.
If you get lucky, get like a season 2 just planned right before the show even starts, like the Velma show.
The what show? I'm sorry, I haven't heard about this Velma show. There's only one show that's got Velma, and it's called Scooby Doo, sir.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
My fault. I live in an alternate timeline. My
one?
fault. I'm like more worse timeline than you guys. You guys live in the life. I'm jealous of you guys all.
Yeah, and on the subject of animation, I was watching Ultraman Rising for the 3rd time, and I wanted to show it to my mother, and she was like, "Oh, that's a really nice cartoon," and I just stared at her with very violent intent, like, "Woman, how dare you?"
Bro, give him the freaking accurate
disrespect.
glare.
What's really funny is that
She liked it though, so
yeah, no, like there was a friend of mine. She ended up actually watching Ultraman Rising before I did, and she got really attached to that movie, and I'm really happy that she did. She's not like she's watched some kaiju stuff before, but like it's not her thing. And like it's definitely one of those things where I'm like, there's something kaiju for everyone, and this so happens to be hers, and she really got attached to Emmy, and I'm like, you know what, like I was super apprehensive
blame
at
her.
first about the design, and like I was super apprehensive about like where the story was taking Ultraman. I'll probably talk about that on the Long Man before I leave for my plane ride in 2 weeks or in a week essentially. But it's definitely I love
you want a box at G-Fest? I'm going
What?
there. You want to like box? You want a box at G-Fest? I'm going to
Yo,
G-Fest.
if you bring an extra pair of gloves,
We have a boxing match that.
You are welcome to do that, my guy. I will.
So
there we go.
watching
Bro,
The greatest gladiator match in the history of kaiju fandom.
Zim versus
bro, we got
Canon.
all the autistic Godzilla fans like rooting us in the back.
I can tell you this much too. I've also been like putting in more reps recently, and I've been cutting like all the bad food out of my system too. So I'm actually been trying to get like more in shape again before I go to Chiefs by the time too. So okay, buddy, let's go.
Godzilla waifu on this. Bro, I swear to God, bro. If I see you like built like a crazy ass like anime build, I'm leaving.
Bro,
I'm backing out immediately, bro.
What's up?
Dude,
Nah, this will come like the freaking like Goku like Super Saiyan pose. I'm out, bro.
No.
Make sure to bring the orange and the blue.
Godzilla fans.
No,
mess with us
Zim
Godzilla
just
fans.
rocks
We
up
built
with
like
that
Yujiro
Ken
Hanma.
Sato body.
No, don't mess with the Godzilla fans. We built like Yujiro Hanma.
Yo,
I know I gotta have the hands.
we
up
all
and
combine
everything.
into one, bro, like a freaking Dragon Ball transfer.
Oh,
No, we combine like a dragon sword or like a mega sword from Power Rangers.
Dragon. Nah.
But yeah, no, literally, I know this year I will be taking pictures with as many people as possible and just filling out the gram. And then I can post it on like all the places, like Tinder, and I can be like, "Yo, this is what I do for a living. What's up? You want me?"
Hey, yo, wait, he's on free tonight. I'm an OG. I'm a classic Godzilla fan. Oh, I know all the
I've been
girls like
watching
that.
Godzilla from back in the day. Yo, that's what all the ladies love.
I'm thinking about I'm thinking about this meme of this guy talking and a woman just wetting herself, and this is the guy talking is Zim talking about Godzilla lore, and the woman's just wetting herself, like completely in love. Yeah, that's what I
Yes,
you know,
just
like
if
you want to
back
get
in
like
1954, how Godzilla was spawned. So you can see, back in the day, there was this movie called In the Shadow of Glory, but it fell through. But Tomoyuki Tanaka looked out across the window of his plane, and he thought about a giant monster rising up from the ocean, and that's how I get my numbers, bro. There you go. That's
bro, you're so hot.
like, that's so
immediately
so gonna work. Like also, like if you want to have like a foursome with 3 girls, you need to have the Godzilla bed sheets.
The Godzilla blanket
Godzilla bed
stays on.
sheets. Exactly, and
The Godzilla
you also need
mask stays
Godzilla.
on.
Yeah.
The Godzilla mask stays on.
And Godzilla socks. You need to keep the socks on.
Exactly. No, I gotta have like all the Godzilla.
The Godzilla sheet stay on.
The Godzilla condom.
That's basically my relationship right now. No lie.
Bro, I should get the I should get that like Godzilla like toilet holder, like it holds your like toilet paper. I'm gonna get that.
She likes
I'll try to get that someday.
Godzilla cologne.
No, Zim. She likes it when I do the tail slide. Hey.
She likes the tail slide.
Hey. He likes it when I do the what's the flying? Do they have a name for like Godzilla when he flies?
Rizilla.
Base.
Every time he comes,
bro, got the
you do the
Anguirus.
Godzilla dance.
Anguirus, bro.
Giving them those Anguirus back shots, bro. No lie.
Bro, giving them that, bro. My girl likes that how I go all out like Mechagodzilla does in 1974.
Yeah.
So
treat her mouth like Mechagodzilla treated Anguirus.
She got.
So I leave for a minute or so, and I come back hearing about Anguirus back shots. Like, what the hell?
Yeah,
No,
what's
no,
it
no,
called?
Zim.
See, whenever you deal with a girl, you just gonna be like, I'm gonna do to her mouth like Mechagodzilla did to Anguirus. I swear to God, bro.
I'm going to tie you up.
I swear to God, I'm gonna break your jaw like Mechagodzilla does to Anguirus.
No, Zim. She godly on the Zilla.
Crazy.
Like if she's into bondage, you do the same thing that they did to Godzilla 2000, with the cables. You do
No, that's crazy.
I'm gonna be your guy, baby. I have some wires here.
I'm gonna see your guy.
Hey, yo, my favorite guy. Hey, yo, I know you into that bondage stuff. My favorite Godzilla movie is Godzilla 2000. So lucky for you. Lucky for you. I know how to do it.
I got kicked out because when I pulled my pants down, I said, "God again!"
If she's a MILF, do what Godzilla do.
This Discord, no, bro. This call was supposed to be about Godzilla pitches. This is talking about how we're gonna assault women with Godzilla quotes.
Oh no! Oh no!
If she happens to be a MILF,
at least we can
if she happens to be a MILF, do to her what Godzilla
What did
did
you
to
have to say? Assault.
If she's a MILF, do what Godzilla 2014 did to that Muto to the MILF.
Drive it down her throat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nah, bro. You know how
That's what my boner sounds like. It sounds like the atomic breath powering up.
Oh yeah.
Bro, nah, bro. My nut when it busts the freaking spiral ray from Godzilla Final Wars, how it shoots up Kaiser Ghidorah in
bro,
the air.
if it's red, you gotta check that out, bro.
Hey, nah, bro. It's not red. It's also orange, blue, bro. I got all the colors cooked.
Wait, is that just a new form of bug catching in that case?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Making girls.
We gotta calm down, guys.
Paragon in GMK.
Spicy.
Okay, I think we may want to tone it. I think we may want to tone it down a little.
Guys, we gotta talk about Godzilla writing here, not about how we're gonna rizz up girls at G-Fest, okay?
Okay, but last one. Okay, just listen to me. Hear me out.
Hour just dedicated to that.
Okay, but hear me out. You turn her into your King Ghidorah. Eh?
No. W, man. This guy knows what he's talking about.
Oh my God, you! No.
Say that again. Let me write that down real quick. I gotta get paper.
No, check out that. She's feeling silk on it. We should call her Queen of My Monster.
I'm gonna die of cringe. Sea monsters, do your pitch before I die.
Yeah. So basically, you could. I mean, maybe the next.
Bro, this is the craziest Godzilla pitch we have all today, bro.
Maybe the next pitch. Maybe the next idea for Godzilla pitches should be just a pitch for a Godzilla porn parody. At this point, why not?
That probably is a thing.
I saw Ultraman porn parody one time.
Yeah,
those are all
what?
Hey, listen,
knowing the internet is not impossible.
Bro, I was curious, bro. Let me be curious for once. Bro, it was for scientific reasons, bro. I had to know how Ultraman made. Bro.
Yeah, he made a YouTube retrospective.
How would Ultraman make? No. We gotta know, bro. We have to know how Ultraman made. We had to. How does Ultraman mate, huh? How does Ultraman make offsprings, huh? Exactly. You don't know.
Hey, but if we are honest about it, the worst contribution to porn in Godzilla is because of Mike Daughtry, with King of the Monsters, because he made that stupid joke between symbiotic relation. Also, him and Mothra are a thing because of that.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that most of the creeps in this community came from King of the Monsters.
Come on, have you seen that behind that Mothra? I mean, can you really blame Godzilla for having some feelings for her?
Monster, shut up!
You can't rip that little dog. You know that one meme where it's that you know that one meme where the guy's you can't rip that little dog. That's Rodan. The guy's you can't rip that little dog.
We've been at this for almost 10 minutes, by the way. We've been discussing this topic for almost 10 minutes, by the way.
It's an ample topic.
Bro, the best Godzilla community out here, bro.
I mean, we have to do it so when Zimcilla goes to G-Fest, he's not lonely, we have to help him. We're doing this for him.
Yeah, bro. If it weren't for us giving him bridge lines, it would just be him getting beat up by me, and that's it.
Yeah, he needs the data. He needs the info.
You need to text me in Discord when you're at G-Fest. I'll have to show you some pictures because some funny things happened some times ago, and I'll have to show that to you in person because you'll appreciate it more in person. I'll tell you that much.
Okay. Oh, bet,
He's talking about his dick.
Bro, I'm like I look like a freaking I'm 16, right? Bro, I look like a 13-year-old. I don't know why.
I'll be like,
I look
"Hello,
so young compared to
child."
my friends.
Dr. Still
Zima.
respect.
Oh God, no. Oh God, no.
Okay.
Rest in peace.
Okay,
I feel so sorry.
so y'all-
my hero.
Yeah.
Zim, you're my hero.
Next,
What
All right, can we please get back to pitches? This is like Lizard is
I
begging
picked
to
Yeah,
a
go back to
Godzilla and
pitch.
Mothra hybrid.
Pitches before
we've been
pitches.
talking-
Am I right?
There we
Please.
go.
before the
We get one. You got the one. So Sea Monsters, you
Okay.
go, my friend. You get it.
wait.
Okay.
I was
Okay.
oh, never mind.
Sea Monster
All
has the
right.
floor.
Okay.
All right. I got the floor. Okay, so my pitch for a Godzilla story, which I wasn't able to at first. I wasn't going to be on here to discuss it in person, but some last minute changes in the plan, pretty much for tonight, made it to where I can join. So, anyways, I can pretty much read it off. Zim pretty much has the PDF just in case he needs to pull it up, but I guess I'll just read off mine. So my pitch. I have the title for it, or at least tentatively titled, Godzilla Darkest Night. What I have in mind for my story... Okay. Basically, what I have in mind for this Godzilla story is that it's kind of more of an anthology, pretty much, that could be translated to film if I wanted to, go any further than... obviously the text. I definitely have been taking. There's definitely a lot of elements that will come off as if it's like kind of a bit Cloverfield themed. But I also, since the anthology angle is what I wanted to go for, I kind of figured, hey, you know what? Why not I do a Godzilla story that's like a mix between Cloverfield and Trick or Treat, which is oddly enough Michael Dougherty's directorial debut film, which is like this anthology horror movie. Pretty much that tells like different stories.
You should have done one, but like it'd be Freak Show. It's like Freak Show. You should have done like Freak Show. It'd be like the weird like creature dude would be like the aliens or the Zillions or something, and they're showing us alternate timelines of Godzilla lore.
well, what I have in mind isn't exactly like that. It's kind of more like the stories kind of intersect occasionally, pretty much. So the story would actually be told in like 4 different POVs. You got like some young businessman, named Jacob Mathers, who, finds himself needing to, save his girlfriend, while, Godzilla's like attacking New York City. So that's the first one. The second is a private, as in like a U.S. military private named Roland, who's kind of taking part in the effort to stop Godzilla, but he ends up becoming the sole survivor of his garrison, during the attack. And he even goes on to overhear about where Godzilla came from, which may pertain to an operation that his late brother was a part of. And he even crosses over with Mathers, to try to help him with his sort of side. The third perspective involves a journalist named Danica Ikara and her cameraman named Cameron Nichols, nicknamed Cam. And they're basically documenting the events of the night, because it would just be like huge scoop, pretty much. Because it's like, giant kaiju attack, like, and you're like in the middle of it. Why not? But obviously, it's way more than they bargained for. And the fourth perspective would be from Godzilla himself, where we kind of see how his origin sort of came to be to a certain extent. Kind of informing why he's attacking New York City or doing what he does. The plot basically kicks off as a result of an abandoned U.S. military weapons facility on Odo Island, where there's like there was like a very small amount but still potent number of nuclear arms that were just kind of left there in secret. And it ends up getting destroyed from a skirmish between a terrorist group that tried to acquire those weapons and a U.S. Black Ops team trying to also more or less do the same thing. Both of which, including Roland's brother, who's a part of the Black Ops team, they all perish in the facility when the terrorists actually accidentally detonate the nukes. And this would go on to mutate Godzilla, who starts out as a bit of a dinosaur known in Japanese legends as Godzilla. So you pretty much got that. The event is covered up by the U.S. government due to its part in the whole thing. And and obviously Roland kind of has a bit of a personal reason for taking part in trying to take down Godzilla, as we see. Godzilla's kind of like swimming across the Pacific and all the way up towards the Atlantic, with an occasional sighting by local fishermen from various countries here and there. A U.S. naval fleet actually encounters Godzilla while patrolling the mid-Atlantic in response to the sightings potentially having credence, but they get totally annihilated by Godzilla, just trounced completely. And so Godzilla ends up, as a result of this battle, sets his sights on the nearest mass of land, which happens to be Manhattan. And Godzilla's basically just kind of out and about and, basically on a vengeful lash out sort of venture because of his mutations that were the result of humanity, or at least a sect of humanity, even if it was indirect, being irresponsible with nuclear weapons back in the 50s, like Castle Bravo or the fictional Odo Island facility in the story. Well, fictional in real life, but Odo Island is in the canon. The three human characters kind of had their stories intersect throughout the night of Godzilla's attack, with Roland and Mathers having their stories cross over and come together as one for the remainder of the overarching narrative, while Ikara and Cam depart from the narrative entirely during around the halfway mark, when Cam kind of ends up dying, and the former has to go on with, basically with a lot of guilt for basically kind of spearheading the documentations of the night's events. Essentially kind of like going through what if anyone's seen the Blair Witch Project, it's kind of like what Heather, the girl, kind of ends up feeling at the end of that movie, where she feels like, we're just like, I'm so sorry that I insisted that we kept going. So pretty much got that. Mathers actually ends up rescuing his girlfriend with Roland's help, and they both escape, narrowly, but nonetheless. The city, it basically is just totally devastated by Godzilla, who just kind of returns to sea with, kind of basically at least satiated at least for now, of his for vengeance, pretty much. And we're just kind of left with like a pretty uncertain future with potential for a follow-up. So that's kind of what I had going on. It's basically like it happened in one night, pretty much, but with Godzilla.
Wow.
That's pretty good. I would totally watch that.
You mentioned terrorist, and my ears perked up.
Yeah.
Nah, okay. Of course, someone like him would say that.
Bomb plane.
You had me at Cloverfield.
Thank you.
Good God. Nice.
You had me at hello.
You should for an idea. Each segment should have its own vibe to it.
Yeah.
Maybe for the news report, it should be more have you guys seen VHS or the sequel VHS 2?
Yeah.
I haven't.
I don't know. Was it the second one? I don't know. There's this one VHS segment where it was a news report going into the sewers. That should be the news report.
The rat man or something like that, right?
Yeah, the rat king. Yeah, that one. It should it should be recorded like that. It's recorded on the news camera.
Yeah, I mean that's why I kind of thought about having potentially this being translated into a film, because part of it, at least the journalist and cameraman portion would be done in found footage. So that is a stylistic difference as opposed from the other stories. So
and then each camera will be different. If you for the military part, you could have more shaky cam in those military movies, or film them a military movie.
Well, here's the thing. I was kind of thinking about like taking a cue from the movie Chronicle as well. That kind of does something similar with that, where they just have like multiple cameras and all that. But I kind of think maybe I probably should just kind of have that be just sort of an intermittent thing. Maybe not the whole thing, pretty much. But
Yeah.
Oh, that was a movie. I thought that was a show. Like you're talking about the one with Dane DeHaan, right?
yeah, Dane DeHaan and Michael B. Jordan.
Ah,
That was the one.
yeah.
That was the
I don't know why I
superhero
kept
one,
thinking
right?
it was a TV show. But
Chronicle, yeah, where they get superpowers, like a group
Yeah.
of friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just remember it because I remember the one scene where it's the scene where he crushes the car, but also when he rips the dude's tooth out, too. 'Cause I remember that scene was like super jarring when I saw that in theaters. I was really young when I saw that.
Where I
was
saw that, I
young.
saw that's like a Netflix show or something, right?
You might be thinking. Are you thinking of Heroes? Maybe because Heroes like.
I don't
kinda
know, man.
semi-popular
There's like
in
so many
America.
like there's like I remember there was like this one show that was like superpowers, but like kind of realistic, but like not as good as The Boys, obviously.
Oh, are you thinking of the one that had Sylvester Stallone in it?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably. I don't know. It's been like a long time since I watched it, like 3 years ago. Like damn.
That's super
No, but
crazy.
yeah,
That's
good
actually
pitch.
Michael B. Jordan when he was younger. I never connected the dots until now.
Yeah, funny thing enough that like Chronicle was made by the same director who would go on to do that 2015 Fantastic Four movie.
Really?
Oh,
Wow.
no.
Yeah, but actually the movie being bad is probably because of the studio, because he himself said that the movie is nothing like what he wanted. So
Well, I mean, there's also because he was kind of trying to do like some ideas going on. The studio were like no, and he just like he couldn't handle it pretty much. So I think
Yeah.
it could be the case that maybe
That explains a lot.
I
Yes,
will
I
never
think-
forgive them. I will never
That
forgive
movie
them
is-
for what they did to Doctor Doom. Like he's my favorite villain in Marvel, and I
Probably probably studio interference. So don't fully blame him.
No, I'm not gonna blame him. I just can't forget. Like whoever's responsible, screw you for ruining my favorite villain.
Okay.
I
Well,
love Marvel.
Fox likes, they actually love ruining their own franchises, so they're used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess that now
it's-
makes more sense as to why Michael B. Jordan ended up in that movie, because if he had worked with the director before, because I never saw Fan4Stick in theaters, and I was like, okay, cool, whatever, because nothing of that really appealed to me. And then I saw the leaks and stuff, and I was like, no.
I rented it from Redbox out of like very morbid curiosity, and
Morbid.
That's very morbid of you.
Oh my god, no, not
morbid
morbid.
curiosity, sir.
No,
Morbid?
goddamn, no, not morbid
Curiosity.
time. This is not morbid time.
Did I?
Aw.
Why did you watch for morbid purposes? Like the most like weirdest sentence I've heard in this call, and that's saying something.
Bro,
Oh,
he
it's-
had them morbs in mind.
It's morbid time.
Yeah, watching movies like haven't seen Fan4Stick or other movies like Morbius and Man of Web. It is kind of morbid in a way.
I highly
Bro, I
recommend you watch
watched
movies
The
while you're
Boys, I
either
immediately
drunk,
crashed
high,
out
or
after
both.
the movie ended.
Yeah. So my take on your pitch, Absolute Cinema. I want to read it. Please give me the PDF. Thank you.
Yeah.
I need it.
Also, Black, you didn't. I don't think you finished with your thoughts on the rest of them, but still.
Yes,
But anyways,
that's what I wanted to know. Yeah, because I
Oh.
wanted to talk about yours too.
Oh.
Because yours in particular, because there was a Lao's Singular Point-esque Game of Thrones Monster Hunter type story that I think would work excellently in live action. Then there's yours, which feels like something that would come out in the early 2000s, but still manages to what's the term?
It
Age
keeps
like
the best
fine wine.
of the 2000s. Yeah, it keeps the good things of the early 2000s.
Yeah, it's one of those things that
plot
age
sounds like
well.
a movie. Like it sounds like an average. Like it sounds like a This sounds like a movie you've seen in the 2000s. Honestly, I guess because a lot of horror movies
Yeah.
are kind of like
Yeah,
dialogue
I like
horror section.
I like the
Yeah.
aspect of turning the Zillas into a hive mind, considering that it would give reason for to use the Zillas as cannon fodder, and seeing little Zillas being blown to bits is just joy for me.
Yeah. Also,
It gives me
and
so
I had-
much.
Yeah.
He's so much
Also, I
crime
wanted,
scenes.
yeah, I wanted to try to keep it unique by making it more of a documentary style format. Because while it doesn't sound like one, I think it could absolutely work in that style.
You
So,
should watch District 9 to probably get a better feel of the documentary, but also kind of a story. Because District 9
yeah,
kind of does that well with its aliens.
Yeah,
for the inspiration, I looked at Lost Utopia's videos, Living with Monsters video specifically, but I'll check that out as well.
yeah, you
Yeah,
really
and it's-
should. District 9
it's for-
is fucking awesome.
Mm.
Yeah,
I've
like the
heard
effects
about it before.
are incredible too.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
And thanks for the
and as
love for
for-
my pitch.
Yeah. As for Vic's story, I'm kind of in between. I'm not like, what was it again? Because I don't just to have an accurate representation of it in my, so I don't have to like from memory. Because Vic's in particular, it kind of sounded like the initial pitch for a 98 type movie. Like, we all know what 98 would have been if, Roland Emmerich wasn't involved. It kind of sounded like that, like the better pitch of a movie that ended up being not completely different from the original first pitch. That's what it sounded like, and it had that little charm to it that I would it's got that feeling, that of that type of movie that wasn't made but you would love to be made because it's because of its charm, and precisely because of it would have been a lot better than the alternative. That's what Vic's story felt like the better pitch of a much completely different movie. That's what it
Thank you.
felt like.
Thank you. I'll take that.
Okay, so Zim, I'm going
Yeah.
to send you the PDF to not. I mean, I'm gonna try and pitch it and keep it as short as I can. But I wrote a story, a whole story, 7 chapters, 7, 8. Let me.
I was about to be
double
like,
check.
yo, depending on how many pages you got, because I know my pitch has 8 pages, and I wasn't sure if I was gonna be super long. So at least now I feel a little bit better about myself.
Yeah.
Bro, what's your
Sorry to tell you this. But this document is 48 pages. But I'm not gonna read the whole thing though. I'm just gonna skip through it. But I'm gonna, and this picture in particular, the one that Zim is pulling up, this I didn't make that. I'm not that artistically inclined when it comes to drawings, but basically, it's the closest thing you could get to a shot that I want in the story, and we'll get to that when I get to that chapter. So initially this story was originally going to be called Godzilla Zon Thanos Thanatos, which is Greek. I forgot what it meant, but then I decided that was cringe and everybody does that in their stories, so I replaced the title and changed it to Godzilla, God of this world. Now
that sounds
term
more
God-
cringe.
I was expecting you to say God of Destruction, but that works too.
I thought you were
Yeah,
going to say versus Thanos.
God of God of this world. It comes from actually the Bible, because the Bible actually describes Satan as the god of this world. So, and I
That's
think
even more cringe.
yeah, you can. I'd like to see your pitch, but yeah, no.
Oh, I already gave out my pitch. It's Godzilla in Hell.
Oh right, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's not cringe at all.
Yeah,
anyway,
but like it's an actual series.
you stole that. So
Yeah, but
take that.
I made it better. Well, it's better. It's better than your pitch.
No.
Technically,
No.
we're all stealing. Technically.
Yeah.
technically,
Well, anyway. So Godzilla, so God of this world. Given that the implications of the title, I think you can make a reasonable assumption to where I want to take this Godzilla story. So this Godzilla story is an anthology, actually. So Yeah, it's an anthology, sort of, where it
Another
follows.
one.
Yes, it follows several characters through the events of Godzilla essentially destroying the planet. So each individual chapter focuses on different aspects of Godzilla, and I mean, not just Godzilla, but the people affected. So um, there was
Tragical
this
panic.
quote that not J.R.R. Tolkien, George R.R. Martin said that was focusing on like the revisionist aspect of fiction. You know, he was talking about Lord of the Rings, and I wanted to take that revisionist aspect with Godzilla, but also show the events as they happen. So the first chapter is called Genesis, the second is called Otherworldly, the third one is called Demon, the fourth chapter is called Zenith, the fifth chapter is called Inframundo, the sixth is called Labefaction. It's a real world. It's a real word. Look it up.
Crazy.
It's a real word. Look it up. The seventh one is called Limbo, and the eighth chapter is called Abaddon. Guess what that spells?
Wait, I'm trying to catch them all again.
Take a
Abaddon.
guess.
Abaddon sounds like a Sigma name. You're so Sigma. Black person.
Black person.
Could you repeat the titles again?
Sure. So, Genesis, Otherworldly, Demon, Zenith,
Oh, I got it.
Inframundo. He got it. Labefaction, Limbo, and Abaddon. What does that spell?
Godzilla.
Genesis, Otherworldly. Oh,
The moment the Z came up, wait a second.
okay.
I like the moment I heard the Z, I was like, wait a second, you black.
Wait, you Ninjago.
Wait a
Wait a second, you Ninjago. I found
That's
right
clever.
for your
That is
plan.
really clever. That is extremely clever. Good God.
Thank you.
That's way too
The
clever.
words as relevant. I tried to keep the words as relevant to the chapters as possible, so that way it's not just
Bro,
cheap.
what are demons are gonna appear in like the demons chapter or something, or Godzilla is the demon? Is Godzilla spawned from hell that got like I don't know, like got dragged into Earth or something?
No, I'm gonna go with something. You'll see when I read it to you. So chapter 1.
Oh my God!
is
Yay!
actually-
Bet that theory.
So chapter 1 from every each chapter is from the perspective of someone telling you the story. So chapter 1 is a letter that goes to whomever this may concern. My name is Ishiro Serizawa. I was born in August 6, 1935. It is currently Sunday, August 5 of the year 1984. I am 48 years old. I'm a nuclear physicist at the Tokai Nuclear Power Plant and acquired my PhD at Osaka University in July of 1954. I have been working at the power plant for 39 years, and I am one of the top physicists. I'm married to Emiko Yamane, or at least I was. I also have a son. His name is Ren. He was born 2 years after Emiko and I married on Christmas of 1968. We lived in Gendendori in Tokai in the Ibaraki region. We had a house there. It was beautiful. I wish I could have spent more time there. No use lamenting now, I suppose. So here I'm establishing the character, all right, because I don't want the characters to just be like one-dimensional yahoos who tell you what's gonna happen or what is happening.
A question.
I may have an answer.
So like you said, your character is like 49 or 48.
Yeah.
And he's been working at that job for 30 years.
Yeah. Wait, no, hold on.
Yeah,
48 years old.
he started working when he was 10 years old, right?
It was a different time, you know, like kids had to actually bring bread to the table.
Years, that was a typo. I'm sorry. It was supposed to be 29 years. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was a typo. My fault.
Is that a plot hole, Blackaroonie?
I'm a hack. I'm a fraud. I'm a hack. Yeah, I've been
Too many
discovering.
Bro, one might call you
Bible studies.
a grifter, one might say. Speaking
Too
of
many Bible
grifters,
studies and too little math.
I think I must I have to use the video.
USA YouTubers, and let's be honest, grifters in any fandom would.
So the first thing I'm worried about is that it gives some of these YouTube grifters, these tourists that have been, visiting our fandom just to shit on some of the projects.
Blackaroonie.
It adds more fuel to their fire that they're trying to burn about how, American Godzilla sucks or there's only 3 Toho movies worth watching.
There are a lot of grifters around right now, and they do not care about the franchise, no matter what they say.
Grifters.
YouTube grifters, these tourists.
There are a lot of grifters.
Grifters.
You had that set up. Oh my god.
You're welcome.
But
I thought that was just an intro thing you did with videos or something.
Blackaroonie supports child labor. Hey, listen, I get.
Wow.
Hey, just do it, right?
Whoa!
Just do it.
Nah, bro, you got cooked. No, bro.
Just do it.
Black man, how do you feel about this roasts?
Hey, listen, I might get blacker with all these roasts, bro.
Bro getting every N-word passed in the book now.
Oh my god!
I bet no. I think
into a neighborhood
everyone who's looking at the stream is just thinking to themselves the moment they just hear us going off, they're going
shit! Here we go again. Worst place in.
Yeah. Okay, let's try to keep
Okay,
the,
but we promise not to talk about Godzilla porn anymore. Okay, so
oh no,
we are committed not to doing that.
Oh, you brought
So-
the subject
Bro,
now.
me when they see me and Black when you were in the same call, it's like chaos.
Yeah.
when they,
No, okay,
when they see some
let's
guy
try to-
named Lupon and this black person in the same VC and a Zem talk thing, it goes to hell. It's like.
Yeah, let's try to keep the trailing off to a minimum. This time around.
So
Sure,
going back to the pitch, if I can help, keep us on the good road, let's say. You already reminded me a little bit of Lovecraft stories. You have this scientist that's going to tell us a story about something that ended terribly wrong. And with the biblical stuff and all of that, and even this picture, it really gives me that Lovecraft, somewhat of a Lovecraft vibe. I don't know if you intended that or.
Oh yes,
Maybe I'm
yes,
just.
I love craft. Love craft. Love craft. Sorry, that last name. But yeah, no, I was imagining Dagon, which is apt considering that there is a character in the Monsterverse called Dagon. There's been a whole tussle about that on Twitter. Don't go on there. But yeah, no, Dagon is probably one of my favorite Lovecraft stories.
Oh man, actually, is
not only for its brevity, but also because of just how haunting the descriptions are. But yeah, no, I took some liberties. But yeah, no. So basically, this Ishiro Serizawa is the sole survivor of the attack at the Tokai power plant. But he's been exposed to radiation, so he's about to die. He has been exposed to 19 grays. He was been exposed to 19 grays of radiation, and so he's writing down his findings in hopes that the government might pick that up at some point in time. So he details that 2 months ago, from the point of when he's writing, they were experiencing tremors in the region, and they knew that Tokai had fault lines. They actually had to investigate the geography of the locations that I wrote about in this story, so that I had everything as accurate as possible. I actually had to look up nuclear physics and how radiation works just to make sure that I had everything right. So Tokai was built on a fault line, and they knew that there was a fault line in place. And so they assumed that the tremors were normal, but they prepped evacuation procedures just in case, because, it says here in one of the lines that says, of course, we had evacuation procedures prepped just in case. We're not stupid. So I wanted to emphasize, these people, they know what they're doing. It's not just some random thing that's happening. So they immediately contact seismologists to survey the area. And after a day or so, they tell them that there was no seismic activities in the fault lines. And so at first, they didn't want to. Yeah, at first they didn't want to believe it because they all felt the tremor. So the seismologist just showed them the findings and explained to them the details that would constitute evidence of seismic activity, and they decided to stay behind and continue measuring the area just to see if anything weird keeps happening. And so they're grateful. They shook hands with the scientists, and so a week later, they felt the tremors again. This time stronger. One of the seismologists, this is directly a quote from the story. A week later, we felt the tremors again, this time stronger. One of the seismologists, I think his name was Lee, although I can't quite remember, he came to us with rather shocking findings. He was able to record the tremors, but he noticed that they didn't come from the fault line itself, which he thought was odd. He came to us running, panting. He told us that he managed to record the ground moving, solid earth being pushed apart and caving in on itself. And I think you can pretty much guess where this is going with this. So they also recorded the sound that the actual underground made, and it sounded like the groaning of a giant container ship, but its quality was like that of a distant tornado. So Lee discovered that the sound and the tremors were moving, which they thought was odd. And so they were discussing the situation, and one of the scientists, called Koichi Matsubara, said that the reactor was leaking. And then everybody starts to panic. They get into their suits and then prepare the evacuation procedures. But one of the scientists stays behind despite Serizawa urging him to come along. He showed Serizawa his Geiger counter, and for some strange reason, it showed 0 readings of radiation, and so he refused to put on his hazmat suit. And then this paragraph says, "I was forced to drag him out. We had to restrain him. He kept yelling that there was no radiation leakage, that something was siphoning the plant. I believed him, but I couldn't take any chances if he died. I couldn't sit there and do nothing when someone could be in danger. I refused to have that kind of blood on my hands again. Above all science, physics, engineering, mathematics, I am a human being." So I wanted to really ground this character so that the viewer could, see themselves in this character, so that the reader could really relate and empathize with this character, because this is deep down a good person. So they call the Japanese government to inform everybody of the incident, and so troops arrived to survey the area. And so one of the generals asked Serizawa if they checked the sewers. And so it occurred to him that they haven't actually checked the sewers for any radioactive material there. So he volunteered to inspect the tubing system there. A lot of their waste went down into the ocean. Not radioactive waste, but waste nonetheless. And so he wasn't too fond of how it was built, but he thought it was convenient, so he, tolerated it. So he goes down into the sewers with a team, and so they all had Geiger counters with them, and they started picking up small traces of radiation. Nothing lethal, but it was still worrying for them. And so as deeper as they went into the tubes, the radiation began to rise. It rose to dangerous levels until they found themselves at the edge of the tube, and it looked broken with a white viscous substance dripping from the edges. And I was picturing that same substance that the Mutos expelled whenever they eat something from 2014. So white viscous substance dripping from the edges, and beyond the wall was just a massive beyond the tube was just a wall of dust and fog as far as the eye could see. And so they tried measuring it, but they couldn't because it was just so vast. And so they saw that the top part measured around 50 meters in height despite the fogs. They could actually tell that it was 50 meters in height. So they dropped one of their flashlights into this massive canyon, and they did not hear it reach the ground. So they went back and recorded their feeding. They recorded everything that they found, their findings. So hours became days, days became weeks, weeks turned into 2 long months, and the tremors only got stronger. And nobody actually worked at the plant anymore. The plant was completely shut down, and so there was a possibility that the plant itself might collapse. And then he says, "Yesterday, I suppose you already know." And so he describes it. Serizawa describes it as the middle of a really bad storm. Lightning struck one of the transformers keeping the electricity on, and it exploded on the camp that they set up with the military. It exploded. They lost communication, and then suddenly the whole ground started to shake. He saw the ground collapse, the shockwave reaching everybody like the rippling of water, and they could hear the plant groaning. Suddenly, the whole place caved in on itself. The ground collapsed under the plant and the camp. And so Serizawa fell in. And as they fell, and this is what Serizawa describes. As we fell, I'm not sure if anybody else saw this, but I saw a thing crawl up. I don't know what it was. All I know is that it had scales. It was massive and it had a long tail, a really, really long tail. I felt its bellow in my bones. The sound of its growl was like that of thunder, yet my very cells could feel it. I wanted to allude to the fact that because Godzilla is so big, the sound of his roar would be pretty damaging to the human organism. So it was deafening for him, and so his ears started ringing afterwards, and his head started hurting. So he landed in a pool of water underneath all that debris. So he fell several meters down, and so the debris started to fall onto him. And so he took a deep breath and dove deep so that the debris wouldn't hit him. And so he tried swimming around and about, dodging the debris. And then he saw this little cave, and where a soldier had already, fallen and swam all the way to that area and extended his hand to save Serizawa. And so he had blood dripping from his head, and his left arm seemed to be broken. So he also helped another soldier that was in front of Serizawa. Several soldiers managed to fall into the pool, but a lot of them were crushed under the debris that kept falling from the massive cave that opened, that collapsed in on itself, as well as the plant itself actually falling. So the rest of the plant started crashing in on itself. It fell into the water with a thunderous boom, and then the wave hit them all, and so they were all knocked deeper into the cave, and one of the soldiers hit its head against the rock. So they all tried maneuvering through the cave, but then they heard Godzilla roaring, and the roar was so loud and it was so powerful that their ears started bleeding and their heads started hurting, and they were rendered essentially deaf. Serizawa is now deaf alongside the soldier, so they had to sign their way through the cave because one of the guns had a lantern, and so they tried maneuvering through the cave, dizzy, in pain, still deaf. And so one of the soldiers vomited and waved for them to go on. And this is what Serizawa says. One of the soldiers vomited and waved to go on without us, and that reminded me of the story of what happened to my father in the war. I refused to let someone else go through what he went through. I decided to do what should have been done unto him. I dragged him with us. So the roar managed to crumble the rock wall, which revealed an entire ocean of sand which fell on the water, and it was as if this dam was broken. And so the avalanche. Oh wait, no, I already read that part. Never, I skipped that part. Never mind. Sorry, I was supposed to skip that part. So they traveled through the cave for some time. It felt like hours and days were passing by because they were completely disoriented. So they're traveling through the cave, completely dizzy. And so when they finally exit the cave, they saw this massive expanse of burning red. It was like the whole landscape, what used to be a landscape, looked like it was nuked. They found a charred skeleton there. It looked like it belonged to a man. He had a wedding ring on his finger, which still had flesh, albeit burned, and he was reaching towards the group. And so everybody's throat started to hurt and their heads started to ache even harder. And so they wandered around to find the camp, but what they saw was not very useful. They saw footsteps coming out of a giant crater, giant footsteps walking into the expanse that was nuked, that looked nuke, each the size of what used to be the plant. So they were like huge footsteps. Like you can't even imagine how big these footsteps are. Debris was still falling into the pit, and then the wind was making the pit make this howling sound. And Serizawa describes it as a hungry oni. And if you know what your Japanese mythology, you know what an oni is. It's a type of demon. So they looked north, and it was still raining over there, but in the silhouette of the storm, they could see the figure standing in the distance. Lightning flashed, and Serizawa could finally get a good look at it. So he says, I don't know if it was looking at me or not, but I felt it. It was not pleasant. I think it bared its teeth at me. It looked like a smile. A chill went down my spine, and I felt my neck hair stand up. I started trembling. I wasn't cold or had a fever. I was afraid of that image. I can't get it out of my head. So like I said, this is leaning on into the horror aspect of Godzilla. So as they walked towards what would have been civilization, the soldier companion began vomiting blood. He indicated that Serizawa should go, and he rolled himself into a fetal position with his eyes that were like, they were not just bloodshot, they were just deep red. And so he tried dragging him, but because Serizawa refuses to leave a life behind, but the soldier grabbed his gun and shot himself in the head because he was in agony, and he wanted to relieve himself of agony. So what was happening here is that the radiation was starting to affect the both of them, the soldier more so than the Serizawa. So he stood there and realized what was going to happen, the lack of hesitation, and he realized that he was going to die too, just slowly and more painfully, because he refused to kill himself. So he vomited and it burnt his throat, and it hurt to breathe, and at that point he had no choice but to keep trudging forward. So he walked all the way to a building where he doesn't know what the building was for, but he found some papers, pencil, and a TV that was playing the news, and the military in the TV, the military was fighting that thing. According to them, it was 300 meters in size. Its footsteps managed to make buildings fall. Its roar shattered windows and eardrums. And so he saw its sharp, angular spines glow a deep blue hue, which he supposed it was Cherenkov radiation. Once it reached the top spines, the blue hue, the eyes began glowing, and so did its mouth. And then the footage was cut immediately after. And so the news station switched to a different camera angle, and so he saw blue flames emanating from the creature's maw. And so this was the atomic breath. So he was like, it was like it actually behaves like actual fire. I wanted the atomic breath to behave like actual fire. At least this part of the atomic breath, because if I still have time, then we might get into that later. So it shoots his atomic breath kind of like a flamethrower, like fire, and it started melting through whatever buildings were nearby. So if you remember from Godzilla King of the Monsters, when burning Godzilla, his form was activated, you could actually see the concrete and the metal rebar and the I-beams actually melting with every stride. So it's kind of like that, but with the atomic breath. So Serizawa couldn't actually see the full extent of the damage because the cameraman was behind an air conditioner on a rooftop, I'm assuming for safety. But the dust and smoke that rose up blocked the little sun that the storm was from before was allowing, and the landscape glowed a deep red. And then the camera switched to an aerial angle where you could see the full extent of the damage, which looked almost identical to what Serizawa saw before with the other landscape. And so he realized that's where Serizawa starts to piece together what Godzilla is and who Godzilla is. And he started to, lose his mind over just how malicious this creature is. And so at this point, Serizawa can no longer feel his hand, and so he has to stop writing. And so he starts to urge humanity to find a way to kill Godzilla. And this is essentially the end of the chapter, with Serizawa lending his prayers to humanity. And that is the end of chapter 1. Can I go into the other chapters, or should I stop here? Because
I'd say you can keep going to another chapter.
I would like to see what happens next. Good God, this is fantastic so far. Oh my God.
Yeah. So the second chapter, Otherworldly, is a military document of a ship captain, describing what his encounter with Godzilla. So he says that his fleet number was 300, 35% between the ages of 21 through 25, 65% between the ages of 40 and beyond. His name was Eiji Shikishima, and you can tell with these names, I kind of rearranged them from actual Godzilla characters, so you can tell where Shikishima comes from. The date of birth, 1931. Age 53, sex male, height 6'1", rank fleet captain. His ship was a Harusame, which is a Shiratsuyu class destroyer. That's a real type of ship. I had to look up different ships to see what would be best suited for the time period. The ship status is destroyed with 3 depth charges left intact, 7.62 by 54 MMR ammunition cartridge for a Satzawa M84 found intact, and a melted hull. three survivors: Haruo Matsubara, Rando Ishihara, and Ken Tachibana. So at this point, this is where the our captain starts describing the mission report, and so he mentions that the ship is stationed exactly where its remains were found, and he was sent by the commander Akira Takashima to prevent codename Gojira to leave the coast of Orai, which is a real place in Japan. And they brought 10 fleets of destroyer ships, included and helmed by the following captains: Kamiya Hiroshi, Morishige Amaya, Nakamura Noboru, Nakayori Tajiman Masanori, Murayama Hideo, Oshiro Tatsuo, Miyazaki Yoshiyuki, and Miyahira Yoshito. And so they finally dubbed the atomic breath, like they call it by name here. We confirmed what it is. And so here the captain details how it moves. So Gojira became visible to them, and so started walking towards the fleet. And so they loaded their cannon and fired at its head. At this point, they became aware of the cannon of the roar being powerful. So they decided to put earplugs onto the soldiers so that the roar doesn't render anybody deaf. So as they fired, they noticed that the spine started glowing blue, and so with the atomic breath charging, they took evasive maneuvers, and so the creature's mouth began to open. And so they had this whole plan where they would use harpoons laced with boron and inject it into Godzilla, because boron is often used in nuclear power plants to I think it's used to control the radiation. I don't remember exactly what it was. I do remember researching it, so I thought that boron would be a useful chemical to counter Godzilla's counter
Wasn't
Godzilla.
that,
So
for example, used in Chernobyl, if I'm correct? I might be wrong. Wasn't it used
that's
to reduce
exactly
the
where I
levels?
was. Yeah, that's exactly where I was taking inspiration from. Actually, Chernobyl. A lot of the
Okay.
things. There is actually a chapter that is literally about Chernobyl. So, we can get to that later. But yeah, they tried using boron laced harpoons, and so they shot the harpoons as soon as the atomic breath was about to be fired. And so he fires the atomic breath, and the way that happened was that it started burning the inside of Godzilla's throat as he shot it, because he shot it from a really bad angle. And so he started scratching at his throat. So it actually hurt him to use his atomic breath, which is an element from -1 that I actually wanted to implement, because I thought it was really smart to make him like susceptible to his own attack, so that he just does so that his atomic breath isn't just like a tentacle blade. Like, if you know what a tentacle blade is, just a device in a story that can instantly end any conflict that is never acknowledged later by the story. But yeah, they decided to avoid the tentacle blade issue with the atomic breath in -1, and I thought that was really cool. So I wanted to do something similar while also maintaining the threat of Godzilla. So it started burning through his throat, and so they kept attacking. They started moving, and then Godzilla fired the atomic breath again, melting the ships immediately. So it got to the captain's ship, the atomic breath. It started sweeping. So he orders all the people to jump from the ship, to jump ship to abandon ship, and so they all dived, and the water became very hot, like in a hot tub. They all survived, but it was still very hot. So they swam away from the ship and away from Godzilla as fast as they could. And so he saw that it was the captain saw that the Godzilla was roaring, and he was roaring in pain, and it was because his eye was bleeding. And so his assumption was that one of the ships aimed for the eye and managed to get a hit. So his spines began glowing a green turquoise color, and Godzilla fired at the ship that fired at its eye, and from its mouth exited a straight, large, concentrated beam of light that vaporized a chunk of the ship. So this is like a different atomic breath, a completely different one. Whereas the first one was just a radioactive flame, this one was just a laser, just a vaporizing laser. So, he looks at the ship that was just abandoned, No, okay, no. The captain sees the ship that was just abandoned and see that the hull of the ship was melting off, and the molten metal was sizzling the water. And so they tried to get to the lifeboats, but they couldn't get onto the boat because the boat right now was just hot, and the captain burnt his hand trying to touch it, and so everything went quiet. So he took off his earplugs because he thought that he tuned out the commotion and the stress of the mission, but it was still quiet. And he peeked into where Godzilla was, and there he was, standing there, heavily breathing, staring right at the captain, smiling. And then it descended. He felt it swim past them, and so the captain managed to touch one of the spines with his legs. So they swam to mainland as fast as they could. And so he describes the Godzilla to be 315 meters tall, with long arms that reach the waist, sharp claws, large thighs, massive legs with sharp claws and talons, the head akin to that of a Komodo dragon, large sharp teeth lined up like that of a smile, large bloodshot eyes, kind of like how in 54 is described, 3 rows of sharp bone-like spines protruding from the back, all angled backwards, a long tail of about 145 meters in length with a diameter of 35 meters at the base, and obsidian black scale colors with a thick, rough exterior that made it somewhat muscular. Its regular atomic breath is also consistent with their reports, he says, and so this is how this captain details how Godzilla is, and this is just expanding on what and who Godzilla is. And so chapter 3 is based off of a real news report. Well, no, a news reporter. So like it's a transcript of a news report by Risa Hayashida, which is a reporter for the Nippon Hoso Kyokai News Network, which is a real news network from 1984. Well, I mean, Risa Hayashida was a news anchor, I think, around that year. So, and this is just her detailing the aftermath. Some people, according to her, some people were estimated to around 1,000 people dead, with other people reporting a whopping 3,402 people dead. And so the radiation, thanks to the rotation of the Earth, the radiation is threatens to spread towards the ocean, where fishing might be negatively affected, and it could become impossible. This is just her detailing everything that's happening. There are 2 transcripts, one for Wednesday, August 7th, and another one for one for Tuesday, August 7th, and another one for Wednesday, August 8th. And I tried to keep the dates as real as possible. I looked up calendars to make sure that I got the dates right. So, because these are like real days. And Risa Hayashida manages to get an interview with a reporter that is the son of the scientist that from the previous chapter that told Serizawa that there was no radiation leakage. And so the name his father, Shinji Lee, that's what's his name, but he remains anonymous. And so he's explaining everything that's happened, everything that's happened so far based off of his findings. And he apparently found the note that Serizawa wrote, and he found his corpse, and then he found the letter. And so he's reading the letter to the news reporter but he keeps interrupting himself because he's coughing a bunch, and it's because he got radiation poisoning. And the next day he is dead. The next day he is reported dead due to the radiation. Like, the radiation poisoning is so intense that he dies the next day. Fishing is negatively affected. There are protests in the streets. There's this one particular segment that says, in other news, crowds of people gathered in the streets to mourn the dead in what the citizens called Shi no Karitori, which is translated to death's reapings, in which they mourned the deaths caused by Gojira. And many believe that Gojira is a Shinigami, a god of death and destruction from folklore. Others believe he was created by nuclear fission. The streets of Sawa and Takaba have been clogged with massive funeral processions, and it seems as if the number of people joining is increasing. The environmental agency has issued a complaint to the Japanese government detailing why they should shut down their nuclear power plants. They too, like the funeral marchers, have rallied in the streets to protest the use of nuclear fission as an energy source, and the 2 groups clashed. There were several fights between citizens that had to be broken up by the authorities. 5 people were injured and 2 killed in the fights. And so she interviews one of the people in the actual that was actually in the place. And so this person gives their opinions on the Japanese government and the aftermath and everything that's been happening so far, and the public is, rallying. And so this is where the chapter 4, Zenith, this is where the Chernobyl thing comes into play, because this part of the story takes place in May 20th, 1986. So this is a woman that's speaking, who's writing in a diary, because at this point she has nobody to talk to because everybody else she knows is dead. So she got back from Russia. She's been decontaminated and she shows no sign of radiation. And she complains about people making stuff up about what happened at the nuclear power plant. And a lot of people, including herself, have debunked a lot of it. But the amount of people getting things wrong about the meltdown just goes to show how ignorant people can be. At least that's what she says. And, she expresses her disdain for environmentalists. And so she details what happens. And so she says that it all began on April 24th, almost 4 weeks ago from when she's writing, and she was one of the nuclear physicists at Chernobyl. She remembered that when she got the news about the Tokai power plant and that the Russian government officials refused to close the plant, she got really mad, and so she wanted to make a run for it with her friend, Alexei, which, I characterize it as her, she kind of likes him. She really likes him, but she can't do anything about it because he's a married man and he's just a nice guy. So I wanted to emphasize that a little bit. So Alexei understood what the problem was, but he couldn't do anything about it. But he planned on leaving with her and with his family. She starts swooning over it as she writes, but I was trying to write it as someone in that situation would write it. It's better if you read it for yourself. It's not, I don't like, the experience wouldn't be the same if I just told you, which is why I'm just giving you the name of this woman, by the way, forgot to tell you, was Maria, spelled Mariya. It's not your typical spelling. So the plant starts trembling and the plant starts collapsing in on itself. And so Godzilla rises from the plant and actually kills Alexei in the process. And Maria finds out, and so she's forced to leave the power plant. And she notices that Godzilla has finished absorbing the radiation of the plant, and he's just standing there looking at her, smiling with the tail wrapped around like an asteroid field, as she describes it. And this is where, if you look at the image on the StreamYard, that's kind of like the visual that I want to recreate. However, it's Godzilla standing hunched over, looking at her, directly at her, smiling. And I was thinking of this massive wide shot with Godzilla standing in the middle and her just looking up in terror. That's the kind of visual that I was envisioning, as opposed to what we see in the actual image. But the image is actually the closest thing we'll ever get to the actual thing, which is why I told Zim to show it. And at this point, she managed to escape, and Godzilla let her escape. Because there's nothing she was going to do. So and she says, after the process of decontamination and signing an NDA, she was allowed to come back home, but if she's not going to sit there and watch everybody get away with it, like the government try and hide stuff. So the implication is that she writes a manifesto where she leaks all the information, and that's chapter 4. And chapter 5 is yet another news report. We can skip through that, but it's even more so of the aftermath. It's the governments realizing that they have to work together. The Soviet Union has formed an unlikely alliance with the United States. In the midst of this, as President Ronald Reagan asks President Mikhail Gorbachev to use the Tsar bomb on Godzilla, and he agrees. And so they plan to drop the bomb in a week from then, as huge chunks of Japan are evacuating the city right now. As per the report, which is, let me look at the date, June 2nd, 1986. So the nuke is prepped to drop. The cities are evacuating, and she says, this has been Risa Hayashida reporting for NHK News Network. Follow instructions for government officials should they make a statement, and stay safe. Pray that Japan may overcome this crisis. Thank you and good night. And she also says, due to this max exodus, this will be our last transmission until further notice. and so this is kind of this is the type of thing that would be played during a montage if it were being made into a film. I'm gonna have to come back in a second because I have to go go take care of some business. I'll be right back. Sorry for the, but yeah, I'll be right back. I need to take care of stuff.
No, you're good. Don't worry.
Wow.
So
Dang.
y'all can get your thoughts in while Blackaroni goes and takes care of that business.
What do I say?
The
What do I
things I
say?
wanted to say to him, so I'll wait until he comes back. Also because here it's like 2 a.m. So after he comes back, I'll just say some things, and then I probably have to go to sleep. To
I'm
to
so
work
sorry
tomorrow.
to keeping you up so late.
Nah, it's fine. I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to, so it's fine. It's okay.
This
Well, I
is not
appreciate
a
that.
hostage situation.
Yeah.
Or is it?
No, but y'all have had really good ideas so far.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
just goes
like
to show
the
that
in-depth detail of it.
No, please continue.
Oh no, that's all I was gonna say. Like, we really made sure that we put a lot of detail into our pitches.
Yeah. What I was going to say is that Godzilla can do basically anything, so it's really hard to make something that's like. I think that every single one of us was trying to do something new, at least add some new things. So that's what makes it so good. None of us
Hilariously,
made
Black
something
did a
that's
video
like.
Hilariously, Black did a video addressing that discussion earlier, which I have a few issues about. But
Oh, addressing which discussion?
the versatility of.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you just posted a new video, so you just gotta check his
I-
channel and watch it.
Yeah, I have a few issues with that video, and by a few I mean the entire crux of the video. A massive problem with.
You talking behind Blackarooni's back right now, bro?
I have no hate against the guy. It's just that video. I have problems.
All right, I'm
Yeah.
back.
Hey, you're back.
Yeah,
Hey.
sorry, my throat hurts a little bit, so I'm gonna try and speed this up. So,
You sure you don't have radiation poisoning?
What?
You sure you don't have
Were you
radiation
shooting?
poisoning?
Yeah,
Oh,
like
maybe, I
were
don't
you
know.
shooting fire?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Oh,
So,
hey,
chapter
by the way,
6. Oh, yeah,
wait,
go ahead.
just before because I have to go now. It's kind of late here because of the time zone. I just wanted to tell you. So the first, what was it? The first chapter reminded me. You know that analog horror from -1.
I think I'm not sure.
Okay, just it reminded me of that at the beginning. It's actually very short. It's like a 2-minute animation about the radiation and all of that. So like that was really nice. When you were talking about like the military reports and all of that, have you read Chainsaw Man?
I haven't read it, but I have seen some of it.
Okay, just because you also really reminded me of something they did on the manga. I don't want to say any spoilers, but if you read it, they do something with a devil by the end of part 1, basically, which is like this very objective report of all the horrible things that happen. For example, at 1030 p.m., Godzilla appears and like starts doing things, like basically it details like all the deaths, all of that, like in a really objective way, and it makes it feel like you should take a look at it. It really reminded me of that, and like no, I'm liking everything. I want to stay awake just to hear everything you have to say. But yeah, it's going to be like 3 a.m. and I have to work tomorrow, so I have to do the responsible thing, even though I don't want to. So thank you for everything, and yeah, I'll watch everything you say tomorrow morning, probably as soon as I wake up. So
And I
thanks for
appreciate that.
making all of
Thank
this.
you. Of course, man.
Yeah.
Since you're in the Discord, anytime you see me put the StreamYard links in the chat, don't be afraid to just come on and give your thoughts on things if you see it.
Okay.
Or
Thank
just
you.
talk.
Yep, or just talk too.
Yeah. No problem. Well, thank you, Blackaroni. I'll be watching everything you say tomorrow morning as soon as I wake up. So great work on everything.
All right, thank you, man. I'll see you later. Thank you for
Peace.
the
Okay.
support.
Thank
Bye.
you, dude.
Bye, guys.
Thanks for having on.
I kind of don't want him to because he's gonna be really put off by my first Godzilla video. He's gonna really be confused, like, huh? But yeah, no, he's gonna be real confused. But yeah, okay, so chapter 6. It was originally supposed to be well, I mean, it is a poem. I wrote a poem, but it's a poem like from the perspective of Godzilla himself.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So
Ooh.
the original was kind of like a lamentation, but I decided, okay, this doesn't really seem to fit. So I decided, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna change it into something a little bit more. What's the word? I can't think of the word right now. It's a little bit more. Not. I think dark is just the best word I can right off the bat. I can think of, like, dark is probably the best word. So the poem, it's pretty short. It goes, "Here I stand in the ruins of man. Woe to them whom I smite out of unabridged spite. With their innards I've stained all their roads as I came, footsteps thundering loud. Here I stand quite proud. I have salted the earth, stained with their blood the dirt. Mankind trembles in fear as my footsteps grow near. Woe to them, you with faith, all your prayers." Hold on. "All your prayers grow quaint in the night. I'm a wraith. I make your cry sound faint. All your gods shut their ears, even they're struck with fear. They've abandoned you all. On you my rule befalls. Your sins smell quite putrid, that is undisputed. They stack to the heavens with an odor so felon. My arrival is nigh. Your wrongdoings make him hurl. His kingdom is now mine. I'm the god of this world. Woe to thee in the lands, in the seas and the skies, in cities and the hills, for you'll all surely die. Woe to rich and the poor and the small and the tall, and to those that want more, and to those that have all, and to those that did much, and to those that did few. Souls all claimed equally. I require my due. Woe to young and the old, and those bathing in gold, and those sleeping in wells. On earth I will bring hell. You cannot be forgiven. God turns his back on you. Now prepare to be smitten. I require my due." Again, this is all from the perspective of Godzilla, so you can pretty much tell that he is not here to save the world. He is not here to fight some other monster. He is here to destroy this planet. That's his main purpose. Chapter 7 is called Limbo, which is from the perspective of a young man who is in a bunker with his father and his mother, who is pregnant with twins. So he here is reminiscing of all these things, everything that's happening. He's been reminiscing of, okay, Godzilla's arriving. What am I supposed to do? Well, I think we're all gonna die. There's nothing that I can do. There's not a lot for me to look forward to anymore. I mean, I had a girlfriend, but she's probably dead by now. There's probably a lot of things that I probably won't get to do because, well, I mean, even if we manage to survive, and even if they manage to defeat Godzilla, everything's irradiated anyway, and radiation lasts forever. So there's not gonna. And I sprinkled in some some of the thoughts, some of this guy's thoughts wandering. His thoughts were kind of like how a kid at that age would do. His thoughts kind of wander a little bit, and they become a little bit boyish in a sense. So because he is a guy, so he says he starts to think, oh my god, my twin brothers, they're probably not going to be born into this world. They're probably and my mother's not eating. She refuses to eat anything. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. She's quite depressed and I don't know what to do about it. I don't want her to die and I don't want my twins to die, but we're going to die anyway, aren't we? Radiation lasts forever. At the end of the day, we're going to end up eating each other. And so that's the main concern of the kid. He ends the chapter asking himself why them, why him, why not some other country, why it had to be them. And then he says, my hands feel tingly and there's a blister on the back. I don't know if it's from writing or so much or what. I should probably stop. I wouldn't want it to get worse. That's the end of the chapter, and here you pretty much get a clue of what's going to happen. Chapter 8, which is the last chapter, is actually the captain's log for an astronaut. And the date is January 27th, which also happens to be my birthday. So, yeah, the end of the world comes in my birthday. How about that? So, this is the chapter which is okay. So I'm going to read as much as I can without, taking as little time as possible. So, to whomever is still alive, my name is Captain James Brody. I'm currently writing from the International Space Station Prototype 1. I don't know how much time I have left. We ran out of fuel, and we have food for about 7 months and 20 days, which is not enough. Me and my tripulation of 3, myself included, are currently headed for Mars, so we'll have to ration as much as possible. I don't think we'll last long, but as long as at least 2 of us gets to survive, the trip will be good. So it's like 2 men and 1 woman, which were strategically placed on a mission like this. And you'll see why later. So they had to rush the construction of this shuttle because they had no choice. They considered the Earth lost. He says that the planet down there is on fire. He's writing this down in case somebody out there in the universe, some intelligent life, or if humanity survives, if somebody finds him, that they could find a letter at some point, at some capacity. Any sentient life. He details the year as AD, just in case there is alien life that understand these concepts, that understands English, that understand, systems of any form of sentient life. Think of it as like the reverse arrival, where instead of humans try and figure out what aliens say, it's aliens trying to figure out what humans say. So he's preparing for that scenario as writing it as 1985 AD. I mean, it's probably not going to be helpful because aliens probably don't know what AD means, but it's worth a try, right? So he says, in the year 1985 AD, a large creature called Godzilla by the Eastern Hemisphere arrived at our planet and began destroying everything in its path, using radiation as a way to power its varied forms of attack. One is a concentrated laser, the other is a massive beam of light, which is established later in one of the news reports, which I skimmed through. And the third is a flame, a radioactive flame. Hot flame that will melt tungsten almost immediately, something we were never able to achieve that quickly. It began slowly destroying our planet. It took 10 years. We estimated it because this report is written in 1996. It took 10 years. We estimated it could have done so several times over by the time Japan fell. But from what we've been seeing, is that it's been taking its sweet time. Nobody knows why. Was it malice, torture? Some think so, and I think so. So here he's detailing the timeline of events and what happened. And so many of the greatest scientific minds united to try and come up ways to kill Godzilla, and whenever they achieve anything even remotely comparable to a victory, that damn creature would just get stronger. The greatest economic powers of the 21st century were brought to its knees in about 2 years, and then it came to the neighboring regions, and that took another year, and it seemed as if the attack was picking up speed. When Godzilla went to Russia, he began unleashing its flame everywhere and kept doing that for 3 whole weeks. And the winds and the planet's rotation made the radiation spread through the whole country. They also suffered through black rain, and not just any normal black rain, a black rain downpour. Millions died if not for the radiation burns and then stuck in the puddles of fallout. And at this point, two of the greatest world superpowers have fallen. The economy took a massive hit, and many people had to be relocated to different countries. Some had so many refugees that they were consuming products faster than we could make them. Several countries and states had to close their borders, and those left behind were forced to be placed at the mercy of the monster. And it was a massive crisis that nobody ever thought would happen. And here's where things get complicated. The Vatican of the Holy Catholic Church had decreed that Revelations was finally coming to pass, but the Apostle John the Elder's vision was not the real vision. Many people were outraged, and many abandoned their religion en masse. A lot of monotheistic religions and their theological axioms came crashing down. Many churches were burning because of this. And so he says, people that believed in the Pope began to demean him, calling him a liar. I think he was just as desperate as anybody else. So much for papal supremacy. Strong believers raised to have faith that some form of salvation would come to an end at the end of the world, and the end of the world would come in a specific way. You had to do X and Y thing to save yourself and your family. All of it ended up being a lie. I don't blame them. So this is the thing I was talking to about this one character in this story that used to be a believer, but now he is an apostate of that. Really, he mentioned that some people adjusted to the new change while others just completely rejected Christianity, just religion as a whole. And he, he's at this point he's just blaming God for allowing Godzilla to exist in the first place. Over time, remaining countries pooled their resources onto the US so they could start building shuttles to escape the planet, because at this point their most powerful countries have fallen. There was no point in trying. Their scientists concluded that after Russia, Godzilla would need to replenish his energy since he used a lot of it. They estimated that after spending a year in Russia, it would need about 9 to 10 years to replenish its power, giving them more than enough time to come up with a plan to build a space shuttle to help people leave the planet, which is an approximation of how long it took to build the real USS. Or at least I think it took longer IRL. I think it took a lot longer in real life than here, but they were pressured to speed up the process because they were about to die. It took about 5 years to fully complete a single shuttle, but it could only sustain 5 people. They immediately began working on another shuttle since they were running out of time to replenish everything. So as time passed, resources became more and more scarce. Luckily, the citizens pitched in and put in the effort to make sure that this thing happens. This captain says that he's never seen humanity so united before. People of different backgrounds, ethnicities, races, cultures, beliefs, all working under the sky to ensure survival. By the first month of the year 1995, they managed to build their second space shuttle, but only held the capacity for another 5 people. That meant 10 people in total were allowed to leave the Earth. There was massive panic and hysteria. People began fighting each other over who got to leave first. They were then escorted to. They were then forced to make a difficult decision, one that still haunts the captain to this day. And so the government, the UN specifically, the United Nations, selected specific people to go to the on the ship on the ISS, and this did not include the families of the people that were chosen. And understandably, this man is really, really upset. It was held up to a vote by the UN, he says, and this final decision was to have select government officials aboard the station. And he was one of the people that was one of the 10 that got to leave, and 9 more people were chosen. This included 3 presidents, 2 vice presidents, and the rest were engineers and scientists. These people had to tell their families they were being left behind, and he had to tell his family that he was leaving them behind. And he says, "I will never forget what my son told me. Dad, why are they making you leave us? Why are they making you leave us?" So he at this point, the wife was completely distraught. She tried to spend one more night with her, but she was completely distant. I mean, they did still spend night together, if you know what I mean, but he was still kind of distant. And so when the day he tried to comfort his son as well, he started playing a video game with him, the video game that the son wanted to play with him for a while. And he says that he let him win because he had to see his son smile one last time. So when the day came, which was 3 days ago at the time of writing this report, they were boarding the ship when they got an alert that Godzilla was coming. A large horde of people, as far as the eye could see, began running towards the shuttles. Some of the remaining people, a president and several scientists, were caught and trampled. The remaining few ran to the shuttles and started ignition. One of the shuttle's engines began malfunctioning and crashed into the people. That didn't stop the wave of other people trying to reach their shuttle, and he could see them fighting fighting the shuttle's propulsions. Some tried to climb up the tower, some jumped from the tower. Um, I think of it as like a 9/11 situation of people just jumping out of the buildings as they were collapsing, even no matter how tall the buildings were. So after they were high enough, he saw the expanse of people coalescing in a singular point where the shuttle had taken off, and he could hear in his mind what they would all be clamoring: "Save us! Don't leave us!" And he mentions that he's not a man that is known for crying, but right then and there he broke down. And so from the windows he saw Godzilla approaching the crowd of people, its smile fixated on the ship. And he thought that he was going to fire at the ship, but he didn't, even after doing evasive maneuvers. But it didn't really seem all that interested in the ship, and he wondered why at first, but then he decided that it didn't matter, because all that mattered was that they were alive. And so the further they left the Earth's atmosphere, the more they could see the extent of Godzilla's damage. Beyond America, beyond their home, beyond Canada, beyond South America, was a massive molten expanse of red, smoking, smoldering, and completely infernal. And one of the colleagues apparently had an epiphany. He said that Godzilla absorbed radiation to power itself. If it manages to destroy the ozone layer, there'll be nothing stopping the sun's radiation from covering the planet, which Gojira could absorb indefinitely. And at this thought, they decided to shut him up because they didn't want to think about it, because that concept alone was terrifying enough like the circumstances as they were terrifying enough. So imagine thinking about that. They'd rather not do that. So as far as they were able to tell, the Earth is gone, and in a way, the Book of Revelation did come to pass. God allowed the world to be destroyed with fire. That's what he says at the end of the day, and he says that those religious folk might have found comfort in that. He mentions that he tried to be as clinical as possible, but he couldn't, obviously. He detailed his name. He mentions not to go to Earth to anybody that might be reading this transcript, and he says his goodbyes, and that is the end of Godzilla, God of this world.
Standing ovation right there. Yeah.
Very good.
This could also work really well as a TV show too.
Yeah. I didn't want it to be like a complete downer, but at the same time, I feel like an end of the world story would probably, for a Godzilla that's supposed to represent destruction, complete and nuclear destruction, then this would be the natural end goal, especially if it took place at the time that it did. I was thinking about making a completely different story where I could focus on other aspects of Godzilla, such as, what if Godzilla, think of it as, okay, what if the world grew up with monsters and evolved with monsters, like radioactive monsters? How would a society, well, not a society, how would an environment of that live? So I was thinking something like Planet of the Monsters, a story like that could also be made and still remain faithful to the idea of radiation, nuclear power, and still can be different enough, just to just to show that Godzilla can be versatile in that regard. But yeah, no, I wanted to tell this kind of downer-esque story, which, yeah, I know that it's a downer story, but I've always wanted to see a story, because you always see in stories where, the world is threatened to be destroyed. What if the world actually was destroyed? Like, what if we actually saw the process of the world being destroyed? And I thought that Godzilla was the perfect vehicle for that. And the setup, based off of the initial meaning of his very existence, which was that of nuclear power, it was pretty much prepped, set on a silver platter for this type of story. Now, this isn't the only way you could do the story. I mean, my way isn't the only way. There are plenty of ways you could go about this, but this is how I would go about it. And yeah, I feel like I'm proud of what I made. I would make a completely different story after this. I feel kind of fulfilled after making this type of story. I would make it something less dark and more like a Godzilla BC type story, except it's in the present and people live in Luddite type civilizations and cities and stuff. But yeah, this is the type of story that I would make if by going through a purely purist type angle with Godzilla, mostly.
Two things.
I like it.
Two things. One, this feels like a arguably worse. I mean, worse as in what's happening, not worse as in quality. This is fantastic, but worse in terms of what happens version of Planet of Monsters, and yet somewhat more natural.
Yeah, I was thinking of when I was writing it. I was thinking, oh, well, this might as well just be the premise of Planet of the Monsters, but focusing on the actual end of the world as opposed to just skipping through that and moving on to something completely different.
Yeah. Two, I adore your depiction of Godzilla. I absolutely adore how you described Godzilla in this film, in this story. A smile. That alone is enough to sell me. Depict demonic, the smile of the devil.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like the fact that you gave. I like the fact that you I like the fact that you made a little poem of what Godzilla was, thinking, and I like that, and I thought it was really deep. Like, damn, it goes hard.
Yeah, I thought it was
when
corny.
Well, I mean, for me, it was like, damn, man, this goes hard. Like, I don't know. Maybe for other people, it might be corny, but hey, for me, I'm telling you, man, that was the deepest shit I've heard in a long time.
The thing for the poem, I think, works for me because of the context it's set in. We have 2, 3 stories before that, 2, 3, 4, 5 stories before that, setting up how this world responds to Godzilla, responds to this version of Godzilla. And then we have what Godzilla thinks, which serves as a sort of break simultaneously, and also a pushing of the threat. The threat that this Godzilla represents.
Yeah, I wanted to make him devilish in that aspect. I didn't want him to just be I didn't want him to be. I like. There's a case to be made when it comes to pure evil villains, because I always have a problem when they're depicted as just like evil for the sake of it. But I also wanted to balance it out by having this force of evil also be like a force of nature, because what if there was an aspect of nature that was just pure evil? So making a villain that was also like a force of nature but also pure evil, I feel like that would make a lot of sense, because if we're talking about like in the purely ontological sense or the theological, because we could argue that evil is a part of nature, and if that's our take, then how would the embodiment of that aspect of nature behave? Oh, well, it would seek pleasure in destroying civilization as we know it, as well as just giving depth to the evil. Because if you're making like a pure evil villain, then I would argue that the best way to go about it is to do like give depth to the evil, and by that I mean like give it first of all, give it a presence that makes its malevolence almost tangible. I always think back to Judge Holden from Blood Meridian, but also Carnage, which is probably a more understandable depiction of pure evil, because Carnage is willing to do anything and everything. Like nothing is off limits for a character like Carnage. The thing with Judge Holden, however, the difference between Judge Holden and Carnage, however, is that although you don't actually see Carnage do the actual worst of the worst, well, actually, no, you do actually see Carnage do the actual worst of the worst. However, the issue is that it's on such a large scale that it kind of dilutes its meaning a little bit, which is why Carnage always works best when it's his evil is always concentrated around one or more characters like Venom or Spider-Man. However, with Judge Holden, like all the evil not only that he commits, not only is it just centralized on the main characters like the kid and the gang, but also in general, like he is just an evil person. Like you'll see him one day bouncing a kid on his lap, playing cards with him, and the next day you'll find him naked and dead. The kid, you'll find him naked and dead. So,
oh boy,
and you can only imagine what he did to that kid, and so it leaves a lot to the imagination. And like the end of Blood Meridian is just makes everything about the Judge Holden like infinitely worse. Like you cannot fathom this kind of evil. It is just something that doesn't. It's inhuman how evil it is, how evil Judge Holden is, and it's a type of evil that has a depth to it, which is something that I try to emulate with the smile and the poem with Godzilla. I don't know if I succeeded. I'd like to think that I did. However, I'm not a professional
I would
writer.
go as far as to say you did. You see that singular point? This is how you make an Eldritch Godzilla interesting. This is how you do it.
Is that Polygon Trilogy? This is how you do a Godzilla that is just a destroyer of worlds, pretty much.
This is an apocalyptic Godzilla. This is how you do it right.
Exactly.
Well, I would say,
what really kind of has started to really stick out to me as far as this particular story is that it makes me think of like a much more detailed like sort of presentation of like what the opening credits scene of Dawn of the Planet of the Apes was illustrating, which is like the end of the world, or pretty much the world as we know it, mankind's like desperation to try to cling on, and then by the end it's just like this, like while many people are like still like in the denial stage, there's like a good number that are just like, so this is the end, huh? It's like that. It's like that. Like almost, especially when you get to like these last couple of chapters of your story, Black Rooney. It really just kind of has. I can imagine like that sort of like really somber like piano track from Michael Giacchino's score from Dawn of the Planet of the Apes just kind of playing in my head a little bit. Like I could just damn, it would set the mood like a motherfucker.
Yeah, there's this movie with Nicolas Cage called Knowing. I don't know if anybody has seen it here, but it's basically
I've heard of it,
yeah, it's an end of the world type story where it's based off of the Bible, the world destroyed by fire, and so there was this scene in particular where Nicolas Cage is driving down I forgot which city it was, but he's driving down, the city's breaking down, and he what's the name? He goes on his radio and he starts playing this track. I don't remember the name of it. I'm gonna try and find it, but ending. Yeah, he plays this track as he sees all of society start to collapse in on itself. People are looting. Oh yeah, it's Beethoven Seventh Symphony. If you know which one that is, then nice, because it's one of Beethoven's best. But yeah, I imagine that sort of track would be playing at the end. At least that was the track that I was listening to when I wrote that part. And yeah, it's a very haunting melody too when placed in like the greater context of the story. However, I was thinking something like more original. Like if a track were to be played, then I would want to go with something more original, kind of like Who Will Know, but a lot more darker than that.
Yeah,
I was thinking of something more along the lines of Divine, in terms of, or well, maybe Divine for the when Godzilla's attacking the ship, but yeah, something along the lines of Divine, I'm imagining at some point.
Yeah. As for like the poem, I imagine that a track like what's the name? An Ordinary Day from Attack on Titan. If you've heard that track, it is, oh boy, it is a very dark track to listen to. It's probably the best kind of track for that type of situation. If you've seen that scene from Attack on Titan, it's probably my all-time favorite scene in the entire. I was actually thinking about that scene when I was writing the poem as well. Seeing Aaron Yeager with the rumbling, just mowing down all of civilization. That's the track I was listening to when I and then the ending I was listening to Beethoven as well. So I pictured all these dark. I mean, I think it's fun to sometimes just look at the darkness and just revel in it a little bit. There was this other track from this video game called Faith. I don't know if you've heard of it, called Damnatio Memoriae. It's a track by the from the OST. It's it's a track that was stuck in my head for so long, and every time I listened to it, I just felt like I just belonged in hell. Like I deserved eternal punishment every time I listened to it. Yeah, and it was just like probably the most haunting thing I've ever heard. So tracks like those are tracks that would belong in something like that, and that's the kind of that's the kind of music that I would listen to whenever I wanted to get into the headspace of the story. Like whenever I wanted to get inspiration for how I wanted to write things, it's the type of music that I would listen to, just classical music and OSTs and stuff like that. That's what I would listen to because I thought that was appropriate.
Cool. That makes sense. That makes sense, but like genuinely, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
You did really good. Man, definitely cooked.
Yeah.
I tried.
I was going to say that I enjoyed your Destroy All Monsters one better, and then you got to the ending. The ending.
I mean, personally,
right there.
I prefer the Destroy All Monster story. Like for me, I like that one better because at least there is like some semblance of hope that life can carry on. But there's even less hope now in this story for life to carry on than there was in this story, because this story is like a one-off type story. It's like a one type. It only happens one. There's no sequels. There's no nothing. It's just that this is the type. This is like a one of a kind, like once in a blue moon, lightning in a bottle type story. It's not meant to make sequels, but
you're not doing anything more with this.
Destroy All Monsters has potential to do more, to tell more stories, to expand, to detail and expand. I prefer that story over that because it is a lot more hopeful in comparison to this, because this is just miserable. Or this was just me venting because I was in a bad place when I wrote that. So like I guess it was just me. I don't know if it was me venting or what, but I feel like I like what I wrote. I'm proud of it, but if I had to compare, if I had to pick and choose between one or the other, I would go with Destroy All Monsters.
I mean, sometimes the best stories come out of the darkest places.
Exactly. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so I guess that
great job, dude.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Good one. Really good.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna go now because the presidential debate is going on, and I want to see two old men beat the hell out of each other. So
Biden, I've been watching it for the past 20 minutes, and Biden has been making the funniest fucking facial expressions I've ever seen in a while. I swear.
Right now, with my stream numbers, we're definitely doing better than the presidential.
I swear, he's made the. I swear, it's made me laugh so many times today.
I need to see some of them. Okay.
Here, I might be able to go back and find a screenshot of one face.
There's gonna be so many memes about this.
Watching on my own.
No, literally, there's gonna be so many memes coming out. I swear.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Considering how good from like an entertainment standpoint the others were back in 2020, then this one's going to be interesting.
Hey, you think we would have peaked? Like we peaked at one point, and now we're at the point where we have Skibbity Biden, and so you can only imagine how things are gonna go from there.
Cut the
Y'all
malarkey.
remember the 9/11 of television?
Come on, man.
Come on, man. No, number 1, number 2,
Skibbity,
number 3.
Hitler's language, Trump.
Language.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I'll make my pitch quick so we'll be able to get and watch these old men go at it. But about Not Black, I'll tell you Vamos, and obviously thank you for coming on and sharing this because that was definitely a good one, good sir.
Yeah.
I got one face.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm so ready.
I'll put it in the Zim. I'll put it in Zim server. Hold on. I'll put it in the
like
main general
memes.
chat.
Yeah.
Oh, memes. Okay.
Oh no.
My body's ready.
Here's one.
My body is.
I'll find more, but here's one.
He just looks genuinely confused.
He looks flabbergasted.
Like he doesn't
always looks
he knows
genuinely
where he
confused.
is. No, like here he's just like, what?
Wait, is it on Discord or can you have it on?
It's in the memes chat.
Someone put a beret on him and put the caption, "When boss says something so goonphobic that you have to give him that goon stare."
Bro's got that.
Oh, I found another one.
Oh no.
All right.
Oh God.
Hold on. I'm pulling up.
Okay, give me a sec.
The gooning part.
Really, Ninja.
Really.
He just walked on a 3-hour mark for the Godzilla pitches, and yeah, just classic Zimcast shenanigans. But yeah, are you going to be doing another stream like this at a later date, Zim? I always love hearing other story ideas for the Godzilla stories. Yeah, I'll probably do another Godzilla pitch stream if more people want to do theirs. And the next one coming up after this is going to be the original Kaiju pitch stream. So
what day are you looking for that one?
I'm thinking that I'm gonna roll it into the 7th, so it's gonna be Sunday all throughout the night. So that stream's gonna probably start around 9, and that's not gonna end till like 2. So
long. All right.
It may start early and may end earlier. It's all gonna depend on when I get home from work and when I have to leave for my plane. But yeah.
All right, because I think a lot of us, myself included, would like to share that.
It's only gonna be people who are gonna like say they want to be a part of it, but the actual big stream is probably gonna happen when I come back from G-Fest.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The
I gotta
full
go.
thing.
All right. Peace, Black.
Take care, dude.
See you, everybody. Bye.
See you at the top debate.
Bye.
Oh,
see you
there.
July 1st.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll see y'all there. Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
And then there were 5.
I'm trying to pull up the Discord right now so I can see the photos here because unfortunately I can't really do the whole because through my phone I can't really do pull up Discord and have myself on StreamYard the whole time all at once. So trying to pull it up on my laptop here, downloading and some updates. But
all right. So
if you hear me laughing, just don't worry about it.
You're good. Don't worry. I will just I'll do my pitch and then we can end off the stream. So,
see what you cooked.
Mine is called Godzilla Nevermore, and so essentially, it starts. We're beginning on a black and white frame, and it goes between black and white, so like dark light, dark light, dark light, and it goes to a pure white. And then you see a wispy kind of shadow appear on the middle of the screen, and the shadow kind of sways back and forth, almost like it's a flickering fire. And then the shadow starts to take shape, and you see as the shape kind of congeals and it takes on the form of something, and then you realize that it's taking the form of Godzilla, and then it cuts to the title. So I'll kind of show off a little title right here for you guys.
sexy.
And we cut then to a young man adjusting his uniform before walking into a large room filled with journalists, politicians, and other military officials. We learn that this is a United States congressional hearing, which coincides with what is referred to as the Union G address, which is a new added State of the Union address to talk specifically about what is going on where it concerns Godzilla. So throughout this hearing, we get snippets of information. We learn essentially about the state of the world, that Godzilla was a creature that appeared in the 50s. Godzilla displays traits related to nuclear energy. His first appearance in the Pacific indicates that more than likely he was related to the hydrogen bomb tests that were occurring in Bikini Atoll. Godzilla would attack Japan in the 50s and was seemingly stopped, but what specifically happened has still been classified by both Japanese and American governments. The Soviet bloc and its allies for a time caused the hegemony of NATO to falter due to its connections with Godzilla and the H-bomb test. However, another Godzilla, or the same one, as there is no discernible difference between the two, would appear in Siberia in the late 60s. It would terrorize the Soviet Union and would later coincide with the invasion of Afghanistan, as Godzilla would disappear for a time and would reappear, coming out of the Arabian Sea, disrupting the war, and later being nuked in western Kazakhstan in 1984. This would later bring about the formation of a small Kazakhstani separation state known as Sarandia. And in 1986, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant disaster would be aggravated by the appearance of Godzilla. This micro-war with the monster would result in a 5-year-long cleanup and would end with the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, as it does in our world. And it would also bring about a new country onto the block. This new Eastern European country would be Roliska, and it would be a country that borders Sarandia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. And since then, Godzilla has sporadically appeared throughout the years up until the present day. And throughout the segment, we would see clips of these events playing out as the viewer watches this hearing take place, plus seeing like these mentions of the past. So our protagonist's name is Jonathan Doherty. He's currently in his mid-20s and a staff sergeant due to the rigors of serving in the G-Force, a new branch of the United States military taking up veterans who have personal direct combat experience with Godzilla. He's brought to the stand detailing an after-action report of his armored division's encounter with Godzilla defending the Diablo Canyon power plant. We then cut to, as he begins to talk about the after-action report, his division and their Maser crews distracting Godzilla while artillery and bombardment from the sky take the heat off of them. In this fight, and we get a lot of action scenes in this movie, Godzilla displays several new abilities, one of those being the atomic mortar, which is a globule of atomic radiation which is fired directly into the sky and descends much like a mortar. So for a comparison, think of it as the Wraith shot from Halo. And he also displays another version of the atomic breath known as the atomic stream. It is a thin atomic breath that can snipe planes from miles away, similar to Godzilla Earth's beam. So the Maser teams on the ground report the situation, and we are then get to see essentially cut-off shots of unseen commanders and unseen partakers in this conflict, specifically from the plant's perspective. And they go back and forth and are told to deploy their fire mirrors, which are a large set of panels and encase the plant like an ancient castle facing off against the dragon. We then cut to a squad of airmen who are instructed to divert Godzilla's attention to the fire mirror. And these aircraft are kind of similar to Super X's, although a little less blocky and a little bit more modern military tech in a sense. And essentially they hover around, unload their payload, and then rush forward towards Godzilla, who is charging up a full atomic breath. The airman, who is the leader of the squad, starts a countdown, and at the last second, all the aircraft pull up in a very sharp evasive maneuver, and this allows the fire mirror to be charged. However, the plane that is the leader of the squad, who is taking up the rear, is nicked by the beam and destroyed. And as the fire mirror charges, it refracts the beam, and it singes Godzilla across the chest with a refracted atomic breath. But overall, he's unaffected. But letting out one last roar, Godzilla wades back into the sea, and John recounts the cleanup and how his division, despite the operation being labeled a success, it resulted in a near 50% casualty rate. He's then asked if he finds this casualty rate acceptable, which he responds saying, "Given my station and the parameters of the mission being successful, I find the question being one that asks for an emotion-driven answer to not be in keeping with the nature of this hearing." And this response causes several voices to respond to protest or agreement, as John is told to sit. We zoom in on him as he's sitting, but we start to hear a ringing, which begins to stir, and the muffled sound of a lawyer stating that the G-force casualty rates have been descending over the years with quote-unquote proven data. But we still focus on John, and we zoom into his eye and then zooms back out. And we are now John standing in front of a funeral. The airman, Caleb Dalton, who is a friend of his, is lowered into the ground. John is asked to give some words, and stumbling for a bit, he talks about how the two were childhood friends, growing up and hearing about the terror of Godzilla, and wanted to do something and help save the world. He states how, post-hearing, their operation is headlining news as the most successful counter-G operation to date, and how Dalton's desire to ensure the safety of his team made it possible, and he's looking down on them very happily. We cut again now to an after-party as John is off on his own drinking when he's approached by a woman. He doesn't recognize her, but she introduces herself as Alina, a Riliscan national. The two never met due to a recess occurring between the times they spoke, and John having left for this particular funeral. John isn't sure what to make of her, but she simply asks that due to being given extra paid leave, that he accompany her back to Riliska. It's obviously spur of the moment, and his apprehension is, however, diminished by the prospect of being able to attend the UNCGA, or the United Nations Counter Godzilla Assembly. John has, however, commented on the fact that there have been whispers about new developments being shown this year. And due to that, John agrees, and with some suggestions from Alina, some of the more provocative variety, he preps for his trip. They take a flight back with... there's C. They take... where am I? Lost my place. They take a flight back to Riliska, and landing in their main airport and city, we see that Riliska takes cues from the Soviet bloc countries with many visual advertisements and some architecture resembling America, in keeping with how it's supposed to be portrayed in Mothra. So John and Elena head over to the Riliskan Institute of Technology, where Elaine introduces John to Andre, a member of the Riliskan Security Council, and John learns that Elaine is in fact his aide, and that the three of them will be attending a party this evening which will be hosting several ambassadors from around the world that night. Andre asks John if, and this is what he specifically says, if Godzilla were destroyed, you'd be out of a job, no? I guess I want to know if someone whose livelihood hinges on fighting Godzilla, can you see a world without him? And due to the fact that he's just coming off of a funeral, John states really coldly that he'd love a world with Godzilla, and is somewhat testy, and obviously due to the fact that he just had to bury a friend, that he'd rather have grown up in a world that didn't have to make him bury his friends. Andre apologizes and states jovially that he wishes that more people were like him, as he believes that many in the industrial sector, both military and energy, profit more off of Godzilla being alive and being able to continually fight Godzilla, wasting human lives. And because of this, he feels that there might be a conspiracy growing between the nuclear sector and that of the government, specifically the military. And really, John kind of responds, he doesn't really believe it, but he understands that there could be apprehensions due to that. And if the military is around and is profiting and paying people, that there could be this kind of feeling, but he doesn't really believe it. But essentially, they leave on that term, and Andre expects to see John and Elaine at the party later that evening. When the two get back to her apartment, Elaine wants to keep talking about Godzilla, and John is rather fed up with Godzilla and specifically says, "No more. I'm sick of Godzilla." But with some nudging on the premise of being someone whose cultural experience with Godzilla is so different, John relents and talks about his experiences. He states that he had a false Godzilla attack once, which occurred due to Godzilla appearing in the Atlantic but never making landfall. The whole experience was similar to that of a terrorist attack, but because Godzilla didn't actually appear, he didn't really know what to make of it at the time, but later he would experience an attack in his teens in Florida. John states that he didn't lose any family himself, but remembers several kids who he met on the trip dying along with their families, and that being a major hook for his character. He hates that Godzilla is something outside of anyone's control that has grown up in this time, and he has a love-hate relationship with the military, citing how if the war hadn't happened, there was no bomb, no Bob possibly means no Godzilla, but also understanding that choices had to be made at the time. Elaine explains, however, that Godzilla's presence in the area during the Chernobyl cleanup meant a lot of radiation destruction and little to rebuild with. She shows John a framed picture of her mother with a Seradian veil over most of her. Elaine explains that her mother grew up disfigured due to the radiation, along with several of her own siblings. I love that I can't. Dude, this makes it so perfect.
Wait.
He's laughing
Are you
at
laughing at the pictures? Oh my god. That was poor timing. That was really poor timing.
That timing, though.
That's the best kind of timing.
I'm sorry, Sim.
No, I mean, what's it called? We can make fun of the disfigured lady. That's funny.
That is just too
You
good.
might want to mute yourself. Well,
Okay, all right. Well, I'm good. All right, there we go. I just want to let you know that I have found them now, so we're good.
You're good. Don't worry. But yeah, so where did I lost my place? Yeah, so the reason why Elaine's mother, obviously besides the fact that she's figured has a Ceradian veil over, is because she's actually dual national. She's both Ceradian and she's Reliscan. So there is that. And besides her mother, all of her siblings also had different kinds of deformities, cleft lips, club feet, missing ribs, dwarfism, stuff like that. And Elaine actually came out of that with no deformities, and it caused her mother to give her the nickname Little Beauty. And for Elaine, there's never been a world without Godzilla, and she will do anything she can to get rid of him. So the two bond over their trauma, and in more ways than one, but they show up to the convention center all well dressed. And the event is a kind of a mix of a classical European style ball and a business function. There we see several American companies, one of which is an American solar firm called New Dawn Industries. Elaine introduces John to the CEO of the company, Franklin Sharp, and John, being a soldier, tries to keep a low profile. This isn't kind of his function, but he's kind of being paraded around as many of the people actually recognize his face from the G hearing. And Franklin actually comes up asking John about his thoughts on the prospects of New Dawn securing contracts with the government. John's totally out of his depth. He doesn't know kind of like where to start with things like that. And he'd essentially tell him, hey, ask someone with a higher rank than me. I don't really know what's up. And Franklin talks more about his firm and how it's helped bring energy to several third world nations due to an almost total dropping of fossil fuels. And this dropping off fossil fuels and a big proponent of helping with green energy and solar power has helped prop up the Ceradian and Reliscan economies due to their solar farms they put across both of their countries. This is due to the fact that they do not want anything to do with nuclear energy, and they feel that if they did anything fossil fuel related or oil, Ceradia has a lot of oil, that probably it would cause other monsters to appear because other monsters have appeared in this universe. So solar farms to them are the more than likely best option. So John still doesn't get the point that Franklin is trying to say, but Franklin kind of spells it out that his company's prestige has allowed his investments to sort of help contribute to the UN CGA, and essentially he kind of wants to buy more into the United Nations and sort of be more of a front runner than he already is. However, John is sort of apprehensive about this and has cited the fact that there are many studies that have stated that the rapid mining for resources to build solar panels has been connected to Godzilla attacks. Franklin's a little miffed by this, so he responds back that there have been little to no correlations between Godzilla and mining, even radioactive material mining, and the two just kind of get into a pissing match after that. But John isn't necessarily looking for a fight, but he comments how there had been a hearing around the time he was born that Franklin's father had actually ended up buying a bunch of smaller solar farm companies as well as many fossil fuel industries when that entire part of the country collapsed. So no more fossil fuels means a lot of a lot of states in the US had their economies fall into free fall essentially. And because of that, New Dawn isn't looked at super fondly across the states, but they have helped kind of do a lot of buyouts, subsidies to these other states to kind of hamper the blow. But New Dawn still isn't seen as the best company. But before it can escalate, Andre taps a mic on a stage and Franklin takes his leave. Andre thanks them for coming before unveiling a new satellite. And it's a joint project between Relisca and Ceradia, along with New Dawn, and he welcomes Franklin to the stage. Mr. Sharp states that this new technology would help harness solar energy more directly, storing them in newly developed batteries that would ship back to Earth and help serve as a new way to power major cities and countries. Franklin goes on to present a new Neuralink system as well, allowing for a type of assisted support for disabled people that runs off a solar panel. A patient is brought up to the stage who is then given a battery, which is plugged into the base of their neck where the system begins to take control of the body, and he is then seen walking around on his own. Franklin goes on to explain that the system can help direct movements if used as a full-body suit, allowing for those with diseases like Alzheimer's to go through rituals of movement so they can better remember things, places, and people. John looks on and he sees flashes of him and other soldiers with prosthetics and helping them walk around and enjoying time together, and he kind of feels like this would be good, but because of the fact that the system can work autonomously, he doesn't really have the best view of it. So we cut to John and Elaine in the car together, and the pair discuss what they saw. John's commenting on the new technology, but he isn't super comfortable about New Dawn trying to monopolize all this energy. And Elaine explains it's for a better future and that some risks must be taken. John protests, which starts an argument between the two. John, however, goes for the throat, saying that she shouldn't condemn the bomb if she wants to argue for a better future built on similarly hard choices that result in hundreds of lives being at stake or harmed because of it. She goes silent, and so does he, and the two head back to her apartment, but she essentially closes the door to a bedroom behind her, and John decides to sleep on the couch instead. He doesn't want to start further problems with her. The next day, however, early in the morning, John hears a cell phone buzz. He picks it up, and he's told to head to the U.S. Embassy alone. He obliges and heads in, where he's told to take a seat before being greeted by the Reliskin U.S. ambassador, who mentioned seeing him at the party last night, but didn't want to approach him directly. The ambassador explains that he and others have been investigating New Dawn, citing several companies which had dealings with New Dawn and later would be bought up by New Dawn, having been subjected to Godzilla attacks on their ships and supplies. The ambassador believes that New Dawn might have access to a false bloom device. A false bloom device is a type of machine which replicates a similar signature to radioactive material or a melting power plant. The ambassador tasks John with an oversight of both the company and wannabe as essentially an informant, trying to see if there's any more connections to the Reliskin government, as he realizes that John is traveling with a aide to someone in the Reliskin government. John is hesitant about it, but right as he's kind of being like, I don't want to do this, Elaine gives him a call. She apologizes last night about what happened and wants to know where he is. Lying, John says that he went to the city because he got a call from an acquaintance who was vacationing in Reliska and says that he just wanted to go out and see him. She tells him to meet her at the airport since they will be heading to a plane for New York City. John agrees and tells the ambassador to keep in touch. Meeting up at the airport, the two embrace, and Elaine speaks on how she's excited to be attending the UNCGA, and they head through customs, and through the news, they actually get a report that Godzilla has been sighted. Godzilla is now currently in the Pacific and heading towards the west coast of the U.S. Some flights are canceled while others are moved up as John and Elaine rush to their flight to get back to New York. Elaine is nervous on the plane, and John tries to reassure her that Godzilla wouldn't be able to hit the plane based on the location, and he probably wouldn't be anywhere near New York based on his trajectory. However, she doesn't seem to be more scared about what's going on with Godzilla and more about something else, as she's muttering to herself about plans and stuff like that. And while on the plane, these planes are now upgraded because of technology trying to keep everyone aware of where Godzilla is at all times, is playing across the plane, and we get to see Godzilla has already sunk several Chinese and Japanese ships and now faces off against a contingent of U.S. naval assets. We now cut to Godzilla's POV as we see him cruising through the water, several torpedoes coming into view, which he ends up shrugging off. And from afar, we see that destroyers are being dispatched, and there are some that have what appear to be large, really blocky sci-fi apparatuses strapped to them. And there's also an aircraft carrier that's dispatched fighters. Godzilla picks up speed and ends up diving down and launching himself out of the water, climbing onto the side of the aircraft like he does in GVK, and this causes the other side of the carrier to rise up into the air. The captain of the destroyers realizes that Godzilla has climbed aboard and decides to deploy an anchor claw. The sci-fi guns, called anchor claws, open up, revealing a device similar to the massive chest claw the Mecha King Ghidorah does on his chest. It propels itself from the ship, latching onto Godzilla, locking his arms in place. Godzilla begins to charge up a atomic breath, but another claw restricts his legs. The jets now essentially swivel upwards, and they shoot Godzilla straight down into the water, essentially pulling a -1 maneuver, trying to decompress him super fast. But we cut to a faraway lab as Franklin is overseeing his satellite. We see that some systems are ready on a little display, and Franklin calls for it to fire. And from space, several giant metal rods descend from the sky, picking up speed. And out of the water, it's kind of quiet for a little bit. No one knows what's going on, but then Godzilla shoots back up out. He's kind of recharging his breath. Not as damaged as he was in -1, but still doesn't really like what just happened to him. But right before he can actually fire his atomic breath, we see one of the rods hit down and skewer Godzilla. Godzilla now roars in pain as we see several other spears impaling him across his body. Some of his plates are broken off, and one ends up actually going right through his eye and out through the back of his skull. And this still doesn't kill Godzilla, and he's now even more upset, and he's about to fire off his breath. He finally wants to kill these ships, and he ends up firing kind of a smaller breath, not as impressive as like his regular breath, and ends up destroying the already injured carrier. One of the scientists at the New Dawn lab explains that Godzilla is proven to be more resilient than the day suggested, and Franklin, with a brooding face, takes a deep breath and tells his team to release it. An object rises from the sea. It's kind of like a small sub, but it detaches, revealing a large cylindrical tube. And as that cylindrical tube rises, it breaks away, revealing a dark mass, which begins to move. And as it gets up to the surface, we then see first its golden eyes, and then we actually get to see this monster in full view. Godzilla is now pulling these spears out of his body and regenerating, but all the attention from everyone, including Godzilla, is turned to the new monster. Teal armor and scales with brown accents and fins. The injured Godzilla now has to face off against Dagara. Weakened and already bombarded by naval guns, Godzilla fights against Dagara, who matches his strength, but is even faster in water compared to Godzilla. And Godzilla is unable to use his atomic breath, as when he tries, Dagara shoots out a glossy red fluid, which ends up short-circuiting Godzilla's atomic breath, and Godzilla continually tries to fire his breath, but it doesn't seem to be working. And Godzilla is ultimately sent back into the water by Dagara, who shoots a yellow beam from his mouth. And it goes right through Godzilla's skull, and you end up seeing Godzilla sink back into the ocean as the sun sets. And all these ships that are now still in the area kind of look at Dagara and wonder what's going on, as they've already seen monsters before, but Dagara seems to be pretty passive and then just kind of slowly sinks back into the water like he's turning off in a sense. Back on the plane, John and Elaine actually see this footage, and all the news stations are reporting that Godzilla's been killed, and that Franklin Sharp of New Dawn is making a public statement in Atlanta, Georgia, essentially explaining that his new technology, the Cosmic Lance, and the first successfully kaiju controlled by humanity. And he will be presenting more information at the final UNCGA meeting. Elaine's whole demeanor is changed. She goes from super apprehensive to super ecstatic, and now John's on the apprehensive side. As when the two land, Elaine says that she would get their room at a hotel they're staying at, and while she does, John calls the ambassador. He affirms that Elaine's behavior was kind of odd given the satellites, so he assumes that more than likely the Minister of Defense in Reliska had something to do with the satellite, the weapon, and Dagara overall. John presses about the monster, asking if anyone knew about the creature, and that the ambassador explains that they were clueless, and that professors in the region who were studying myths did not find any texts or stories relating to a creature like Dagara. John is kind of at a loss. He realizes there really isn't much he can do except kind of keep on Elaine's trail and see what else he can get from her. So they meet up at her hotel. John asks Elaine to speak in their room, and there he asks her about this monster, which she doesn't deny. She explains that the creature was found among a sunken city in the Pacific, and that's about as much as she knew personally. She wants to know more, but Elaine's confused. She questions why he's so anxious, which he responds, stating that if Dagara could kill Godzilla, then it's an even greater threat, but she protests, stating that Dagara is reliant on sunlight, and New Dawn has been able to install all of these little micro neural processors across Dagara's body, meaning that they are able to control Dagara's movements rather than Dagara being its own entity on its own. And John kind of tries to remind her of the argument that they had about tough decisions, and she's essentially no longer judges those for using the bomb and sees that for them they were on the right side of history at that point, and now she will be on the right side of history in the future as she will help bring about a Godzilla-free world. And as John kind of looks at her all like apprehensive and kind of like appalled, we then cut to nighttime, and we're back at the Diablo Canyon power plant, peacefully overlooking the water. There's a few techs, but there isn't really too many people walking around the base until a yellow beam vaporizes the entire plant, and it is covered in the red goo of Dagara. However, no one really knows about it for a time, but that'll be explained later. So John and Elaine meet up with Franklin and the New Dawn PR team as they head into the UN headquarters. As they get seated, the meeting begins, where there is much rejoicing as proclaimed that Godzilla is dead, and Franklin takes the stage explaining in detail what has been going on. His satellite was loaded with a new type of weapon, the cosmic lances, which provide similar destructive yields to nukes without the radiation, so he wants to provide that to the weapons market. He further explains how his neural tech is derived from a cosmic bit of bacteria they refer to as dogolite. And this bacterium is able to provide and produce energy through solar power and help with piloting of technology, so helping more with disabilities, looking really good for the public. And he states that their tests show the Dagara will attack deposits of energy such as coal, oil, and radiation. He directly states that Dagara attacked a power plant recently, but due to the fact that they whistleblowed to the power plant, they were able to get almost everyone out in time, and that he will be doing a payout to the families of those who died in the attack by Dagara. And he believes that with a monster under their command and a seemingly stranglehold of energy, Franklin requests that he will only give up control of Dagara if the world agrees to nationalize all their services and, in his eyes, ensure a more equal and fair society, deeming it what he calls a solar utopia. This response comes with applause from many, and Elaine and others are ecstatic, while John solemnly leaves the venue and essentially takes a plane ride back to where he lives on the West Coast. And for several weeks, John watches as there's massive political unrest, as many are demanding sweeping changes, while others realize that they're essentially having a gun pointed to their head, as a lot of legislation is going back and forth, and the Supreme Court's out of whack. Many countries in the world don't know what to do. All the while, we cut back to Godzilla on the ocean floor healing over this time lapse. Getting a knock on his door, John meets with the ambassador from before, who sits down to discuss the situation with him further. With too much power in the hands of New Dawn, the U.S. has begun to freeze their assets to strangle the company. Pointing to the news, we see that since the TV is already on, that Franklin's rhetoric has become more fanatical. He's calling the actions of the government to be regressive, and threatens that if his company is crippled, that the Dagara may roam loose due to him not being able to control it anymore, with his assets being frozen and essentially everything being cut from his company. John, along with others, are going to be sent to New Dawn's headquarters in Georgia to seize control of the monster or find a way to destroy it. We cut back to Reliska, where Elaine and Andre are brought to a New Dawn facility in their country, where they're greeted by Franklin on a monitor, who explains the situation has gotten worse. With Reliska and Soradia backing New Dawn as much as they have, their surrounding countries have now become their enemies and fear that they will be invaded. Franklin assures them that they will not, and asks the techs in the New Dawn facility in Reliska to unveil a giant test tube. In this sort of test tube, in this vat, it's a kind of a floating mass we see. It's listlessly floating around. It's deep blue in color and almost resembles a jellyfish. Franklin explains that this is the mature form of the dogolite they refer to as Dogara. They've run tests and they conclude that the space bacteria has a tendency to consume carbon and has been trained to harvest it from pollutants first. But Franklin states that the governments will not give in to their demands, then he will use Dagara and other Dogara that he's stashed all over the world to clean up their cities. And if the creatures are fired upon, more than likely they will respond trying to defend themselves and ultimately destroy the world, but in a way that Franklin believes will be controllable in a sense. And as he continues to explain his master evil plan, there's commotion on his end as we cut to inside his facility, where we see John and others telling Franklin that he's under arrest. Unfazed, however, Franklin tells everyone in attendance that he's planned for this and presses a button releasing several Dogara, including the Reliscan one. Through the monitor, John sees Elaine and the others begin to scream, and it cuts off. And essentially, John's distraught about this, but demands that Franklin show them how to stop these creatures. But essentially, Franklin realizes that all his cards are spent. He's only got a few chips to play and decides he's not going to tell them anything. And because of that, he's escorted out of the building while the rest of the people try to ask the techs if there's anything that they can do to disrupt the Dogara who are now starting to rampage. They state, however, that Dagara was able to at least deal with one Dogara, but they're not sure if Dagara would be able to kill the other Dogara. And that only energy that works on a subatomic level would be able to kill them. And because they, at this point, believe Godzilla is dead, they realize they can't use Godzilla to help, but they'll be able to use their maser technology, hopefully, to stipend the damage. And with that knowledge, John and the others related to the authorities, where the military mobilization begins, as anti-Godzilla weapons do what they can to combat the Dogara that are attacking the countries around the world. It proves not very effective, as they take massive losses, cutting to multiple countries fighting and many dying and falling to Dogara. In Georgia, we see that one massive Dogra sits over the sky, breaking down buildings as the military sort of respond. From the sky, we see that Dagara has now landed, and the two engage in a massive fight that begins to destroy the rest of the city. John and the others try to escape, and we cut between scenes of Dagara and Dogra fighting, and essentially people kind of running around and trying to move away from the fighting that's taking place. And right as Dagara seems to have, or not Dagara, as Dogra seems to have the upper hand, an atomic breath vaporizes the giant jellyfish, and we see that Godzilla has returned fully healed and moves out of the Atlantic to engage Dagara. However, Dagara, even with his Barum attack, the red goo, it's not really able to stop a fully healed Godzilla, as we actually learned that Franklin had prepared Dagara to fight against Godzilla at a weakened state, and Dagara isn't as strong as Godzilla is normally, and so this fight is a sort of drag out fight where Godzilla is now ripping off Dagara's wings, stomping out his tail, biting off limbs, and finally Godzilla grabs Dagara, throws him into the sky, and uses atomic breath completely vaporizes Dagara. However, due to the fact that no one realized this, not even Franklin, even with all the tests he did, when Dagara's body explodes, it ends up causing a similar type of reaction to a nuclear explosion. So black rain begins to fall in the sky. We see John and a few others climbing out of the rubble. Many are battered, bruised. Some of them are completely injured, broken arms, legs, limping around. And he hears the ringing in his ears and just kind of looks and sees Godzilla return to the ocean and notices all this black rain falling around him. And he immediately feels sick. And from this, we realize that he actually has massive onset radiation poisoning due to this. And as he's sort of walking, kind of following Godzilla's movements as he goes back to the ocean, his vision's blurry. He's sort of thinking about the last few moments of his life, his time with Elaine, remember his times with Dalton, and hoping that she's okay, at least, maybe, hopefully, but he doesn't even know that. But he then starts to see something dark loom behind him, and he looks and sees that one of the buildings that had been smashed into in the fight is now just about to crush him and everyone on his street. There's no way any of them can escape. And giving out one last breath, John accepts his fate. And we then have after a shot where we're cutting to other countries fighting the Dogora that are still remaining, and Godzilla appearing across those countries and blasting them apart. So not only is he just fighting these monsters, but he's wiping these countries off the map. And we then cut back to Georgia, where there's relief efforts to try and see if they can salvage people, identify remains. And due to what happened in the city and they weren't really able to respond in time, so many of the bodies have decomposed or rotted because of how radioactive it is. And we see a list of just dozens and dozens of John Does as the story comes to an end.
Oh,
wow!
Damn,
Nice.
That was a completely different turn than I expected. Twice. First off, I commend the use of Dagara and Dogora. Good job bringing those two in. Fantastic. Especially Dagara. Dogora. I was not expecting that. Dagara, fine. Dogora, I didn't expect. That came out of nowhere. But you made it feel natural.
Thank you.
There's that.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
I think generally when I was working on the idea, I wanted to do something that was kind of action espionage, but then I thought to myself, I'm like, if you're dealing with giant monsters, you're not going to be able to kind of gunfight your way out of this. You're going to be mostly stumbling into situations or running away, why I want to have as much of the action sequences as I did, but have a character who went through a lot of highs and lows and was able to tie down the human element in that aspect. And I think that I want to explore a lot of more modern themes And I think that using Relisca and Soradia as stand-ins, I was able to tackle them in a way that I felt wasn't super on the nose, and could tackle them in a way that like didn't really like hit too hard for anyone. And that's kind of like why I wanted to have it be that both Relisca and Soradia were products of the end of the Soviet Union. So Soradia essentially was, like I said, Soradia comes from Kazakhstan, which is a pretty big old Soviet bloc country in the Middle East, and Soradia was a Middle Eastern country. So I thought that made sense. And then there's a big chunk of Russia that's right by the Black Sea, and it's right near Ukraine as well. So I was like, oh, that's perfect for Relisca, since Relisca was supposed to be kind of like that combination of both the U.S. and the Soviet Union. So making it an old Soviet bloc country that kind of is more NATO aligned kind of made sense in my mind.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
I do feel like the ending could be a little bit different, but for what you're going for with this, I think it works well.
I'll tell you this much. Quite literally, I was still working on the pitch up until like right as the stream was about to start. So, like I said, I wasn't super attached to everything in the pitch. So I was probably thinking I might change it in the future, but where it ends up is kind of what I wanted to do, because I wanted to kind of feel pretty hopeless at the end, but still have like that. You still get your action and all that, but kind of it ends on the holy damn, there's nothing we can really do at this point type of scenario.
Yeah, but still, good job.
Thank
Good
you,
job.
thank you. Unfortunately,
Really
I do not have any designs for Dagara or Dogra yet, but I knew I wanted to use monsters that no one would probably use, and I was like, yeah, Dogra and Dagara.
Yeah, I was genuinely half expecting you, if you were going to do a kaiju fight, I was genuinely half expecting you to pull the griffin out of your ass, but no.
No. Well, what's it called? I saved the griffin for my special things, so
fair enough.
I do not use as my favorite American Godzilla monster. I do not use him lately.
Fair enough. But yeah, still, Dagara and Dogora, that was unexpected. So nice job.
Well, it's like they're also two very different monsters, where one's like an ancient sort of mystical monster, while the other is just space alien monster. So covered those two ends of the spectrum,
with them both sharing way too similar names. So
yeah, I know. Well, the other thing is that in this movie, you know what Godzilla does? Godzilla fights double D's. I had to get that one in. But yeah. Kraken, did you have a pitch that you wanted to do, or were you just coming in just to say
sure. Hey? Sure, yeah. I'll do a small pitch. It's not gonna be super long, so don't worry. I want to show my storyboard to this, but like I don't know if I should. It's like, because I don't want to spoil shit. Oh, well, it doesn't spoil anything for me, so I wonder if I can present my screen for this.
If you want to share it, yeah.
Okay, sure. It's not like the full ass story, so where is it? Here it is. Okay. Let me know if you see my screen or not.
There you go.
You did? Okay. So, the title for this Godzilla story, my buddy actually came up with it. It's called Godzilla Forces of Nature. In fact, Blackaroonie actually said that when he was talking about his Godzilla. Okay, so it starts off at an oil rig in Mexico, and this is when like they just started. So they're just starting it, and they start drilling. They drop the pole down to the ocean, because I had to do a little bit of research for this. They drop the little drilling pole or whatever, how they do it, and it hits the seafloor, They start processing, and they do it for at least a good, maybe about 15 minutes. They start drilling. System is starting to fail, and part of the Earth, not like just that general area, starts shaking. The water starts moving. Godzilla then rises above the water, and he looks at the people, and he's pissed. I mean, he's pissed that he's awake. So the people, they get into the emergency boats that they have. I think they're boats. They get into the emergency boats. Godzilla starts slashing the thing. He's using his claws, and he starts just ripping the oil rig apart. The people, the workers, they get out of there. Godzilla is all pissed, because he's been awakened for, he's been asleep for a couple 1,000 years, so he's pissed. So then he starts looking in a general direction, and I'll explain this later. He starts looking in a general direction, and he senses more human beings, because that's the one thing he hates. He senses a huge area of human beings in the general direction. He's facing toward New Orleans. We go to New Orleans, and we meet the main characters. This story is that it's kind of, so these main characters, it's kind of like it's based off of Storm Chasers, and then it's also based off of the 98 series a little bit. So we meet the main character, Joseph, and then we meet the other character, Mike. So Joseph is he's like the spotter in the group, because like in a tornado chasers or storm chasers, you'll usually have like a spotter. So Joseph is the spotter, and then Mike is sort of the protection, like he kind of keeps the group protected. So they're kind of just looking on the computer, for more info, and they're also waiting for a call for their boss. So they're just in the city. They're not like on their mission, because you can't, So they're at a restaurant. They're talking about it, and then after that, they leave. They get in their truck, and they meet with another friend named Jessica. She is she's like the information. She like gets all the information about the storms. And they meet up with her, and they're just kind of talking, and she's kind of asking Mike and Joseph, like, hey, has our boss called yet? And they're like, no. Then Godzilla, he comes through, it's like near the river in New Orleans. So he comes through, he's like walking through the country, but then he goes to the river. He goes under the bridge, but then he rips it apart with his dorsal plates. He goes through, and the people, they're all like, what the hell is this? So then Godzilla comes out of the water, and he looks down, and he sees a bunch of people, and I'll explain this later. But he looks at the people, and he starts to get flashbacks. He starts to get those horrible memories of things that happened to him in the past. And he gets all pissed. I mean, he's kind of terrified, but at the same time, he's just pissed. So he starts grabbing buildings, and he starts walking onto the shore, and he's pissed. So then all the main characters, Mike, Joseph, and Jessica, they hear all the commotion. They look behind. Mike looks up, and he sees Godzilla. They're all terrified. They get in their truck, and they start going off. Godzilla then lifts his tail up, and he's about to smash his tail into the ground. So they start the keys, and they start driving fast. Godzilla's tail starts coming down, and just in time, they just missed it. The concrete starts lifting up, and they're kind of going. They're going up. They're driving super fast. His tail goes fully down, and what I did was create like a little power. I created like a new ability for Godzilla. It's like a huge electrical shockwave. It creates a huge blast. Godzilla looks behind, and he's looking all around. He then looks up, and he sees an airplane. He uses his atomic breath, and boom, he blasts out of the sky. But then what I do is, instead of showing him using, like, instead of him just blasting it out, instead of showing that, I put like a little human PFP of that, of like what their point of view of it. So he shoots it out of the sky, and he gives a smile. I mean, he's just happy. He then looks on the news, and then I'm not going to explain the rest, but that's pretty much what I have so far.
Real quick, I have to say that one shot on the top right with Godzilla that kind of blasts up in the sky. I love that shot right there. Like the composition of that storyboard right there. Yeah, that's really
looks
good.
that looks like something straight. That looks like something straight out of -1. Actually, no, it reminds me of -1 in the best way possible. Good God. Already
Also,
a strong
that
start.
smile. That smile is really good.
Yeah, we got 2 smiling Godzillas today.
Yeah. I just love seeing when Godzilla is so expressive. So having him smile or blink or growl or do anything is such a relief. So yeah, good job so far. Really good job.
Yeah, thanks. Like for me, like I wanted to show emotions with Godzilla. Like he's just pissed. But he's also really grateful to see all this happening. Like he's happy, but he's pissed at the same time. So it's like, you know.
Yeah. I also like his design, at least the storyboard version. I like how you designed him with the storyboard.
Oh, thank you. Where's a better one? Here's a better photo right here.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, he is incredibly expressive, and I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is when he gets like really pissed right here.
I love the design.
Thank you. That's pretty much it. What I got so far, but yeah, pretty much.
There you go, my man. Awesome.
Yeah. Good job, guys.
There we go. Good.
Here.
I'm glad for everyone who joined. I know Blizzard had his, Kraken, Tao, Vic, Sea Monster, Minecraft World, and Black. Thank you guys all for giving your pitches. I appreciate it as always. And the next pitches that we're going to be doing will obviously be for original kaiju. So what I'm probably going to have us do a little bit more only because it's original kaiju. So what I think is going to be the case is that for everyone who is going to be coming on to this, I'm thinking that what you want to do is you'll have your original kaiju, whatever you want to do, a small story pitch and a pretty large summary, not large summary, a basic summary of kind of where you want something to go. And from there, what you're going to want to do is I'm thinking that if we get enough people to participate, I'm going to want to have everyone do like a small short story. And then we pass around with everyone. And then we all sort of talk about like what kind of feedback we got from everyone. And maybe if we want to, we can end up posting that somewhere. I know there's a few different kaiju news outlets that will take short stories. And if we can make this sort of a constant thing, then yeah, we can get some more people's stories out there and maybe get some more attention on you guys' stuff.
Yeah. So for the original kaiju pitch, is it going to be, do we count stories that we've already been working on, like original kaiju stories that we've already been working on, or
yeah, if you've got an original like universe that you're working on, you can make like a short story within that universe.
Yes.
So,
okay.
Like that.
Yes, I can talk about my Greek mythology kaiju story. Let's go.
Or if like you want to use certain characters from the universe, but maybe it's not the main kaiju you want to do, you can still do that as well. Because the goal is essentially that we go from kaiju story idea to finished piece of literature that we can help spread around and sort of help get some more indie kaiju stuff out there for everyone. So I think that's what the idea is.
Yes. Yeah, because I'm probably going to do like a tangential story. Well, for the pitch, I'm going to discuss my my original story, but I'll probably do a tangential one for the literature because the original story I have a different plan for how I want to
publish. So yeah, I see. What's it called? I mean, I just say Brua. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say Brua. That's giving me your name. I'm sorry. Thank you for coming in. Obviously, you're coming in like the tail end of everything happening, but I still appreciate it nonetheless. If you guys want to participate, you definitely can. I'm thinking for everyone who's going to be on the stream for these, I'm going to have those people actually go out of the way to work on the short stories and have those all made up. But if you're in the audience and you just want to give a pitch idea, you totally can. And if you've got art that you want to share, you are welcome to do that. But I'm thinking probably for people who are on the sharing, y'all are going to be definitely, we're going to be putting in more work. That's what I'm thinking, if that makes sense. And then outside of that, we have July 1st next week. So in 4 days is the King of the Monsters debate stream. At the moment, it is going to be a 3v2 battle with Sea Monster, Minecraft World, and Sea Animus going at it against CGF Movies and Blackaroonie. Maybe we might get a guest star for their side. We'll see, and I will be monitoring it here on the channel. So that's going to be fun. And
I'll
then
be on the GXK side.
Well, what's it called? We're only bringing in the people who have been able to join. So only those 5, and I make 6. But that's going to be happening on July 1st, and then July 4th is going to be the stream I pushed for the last couple of days. So that's going to happen, and that's going to be mostly on Where Can Godzilla Go, and that's going to be responding to a Natural Histories video. So that's going to be fun. And then the 7th, that's when I will be doing the Zimcast Longman. So we're going to see if I can stay up all night before I have to leave for my plane ride. And we're just going to do some wonderful Zim shenanigans throughout the stream and see where that goes. And if you guys are going to G-Fest, definitely DM me, let me know. I'll be able to take pictures, just do some fun stuff with you guys. Or you can catch me on the panels I'll be doing. I will be on the Islands of Godzilla panel on Friday. And I will be on the storytelling of Godzilla -1, which is on Sunday. So I will be those 2 streams. No, not
I'll see if I can catch at least one of them. Probably the second one. Or
that's the one. The second one's the -1. That's the second one.
The second one's on Monday, is it?
The second one's on Sunday.
Okay, so I'll see if I can catch that one. And then, I'm probably not going to be able to catch the first one because unless me and my brother decide to stay longer. But yeah.
So the day for the original kaiju pitch thing, what day is that again? Or
we have not decided on that yet. I do not know specifically when I will be getting my work schedule when I come back from GFest. Hopefully it pops up while I'm there, so then I can start kind of planning ahead. And
Okay.
All right, because I need to clear my schedule for that 2 weeks in advance. So.
Me too.
So there's that, and then there's a few other Godzilla videos that I've seen recently that I may cover. We'll see, and I think probably it's going to be the Exidio Kaiju review. That's going to be the big video that I'll be working on the channel. But
we'll
see.
One?
It's Exidio Kaiju Simulator. It's a early access kaiju game on Steam.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It uses a lot of voxel art, and it's got like a lot of fun geometry. I know Megadon and Hemosaurus from Terror of Hemosaurus and Dawn of the Monsters were added to the game.
Oh. I'll take a look into that.
Yeah, no, definitely. I know I have a short that talks about it, so I'll send that in. I'll put that on the server so that you'll see what I'm referring to. But it's a fun little game. It's been chugging along at a pretty good pace. I think that generally I'm happy that I kind of I pushed it back because there was more content for me to do, so I'll have more to talk about. And since I have older clips too, I'll be able to sort of do a compare and contrast in terms of how things looked then versus now and sort of the progress where things are at.
Right.
But yeah, that's kind of the biggest things for me. And obviously Minecraft World, you are going to be going to G-Fest, but is there any big videos that you want to tell people about as we sort of close things out here?
Actually, yes. So my YouTube channel is Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World. I have recently released my final For Now versus trailer, which is Kyogre from Pokemon versus Wajira from Lego Ninjago, my most wanted versus mashup. And I'm going to be having an upcoming versus track, which is pitting Gamera against one of my personal favorite kaiju, one of my original kaiju, actually. It's sort of a transitionary track to where I'm going, as well as a Project Nemesis video essay discussing why Project Nemesis is one of the best pieces of kaiju media in recent memory. Genuinely fantastic. As well as that, you can find me on Instagram and Kara, which, but under both, I go by Minecraft World 1954. So check me out there. I post artworks and concepts for my Greek mythology-inspired kaiju movie that I alerted to earlier. So yeah, go watch the Gamera movies. Go watch Ultraman Rising. Tiamat deserves better. Take care. Peace.
There we go. There we go. And Vic, anything in the pipeline going on?
Well, I am currently still working on commissions. Commissions are still open for me. I'm probably going to be working on some more short stories, hopefully getting some projects out with videos about that. I am on YouTube as Kaijunaut. You can find me at the moment. I have a lot of Godzilla 98 videos there, so you can check those out if you want. And you can find me on Twitter as Vic Monsters, where I show off all my work.
Awesome, awesome. And Kraken, I know you're obviously working on a Godzilla project. So anything else you guys got in the pipeline or want to show more about that?
Yeah, so for new people that join the stream, I was recently talking about a Godzilla story that I was working on. There was a whole storyboard going on, and even today I'm still working on it. But it's a huge fan-made Godzilla project. A few of my buds and I are working on, and I'll actually show you, and I'll put the channel in the chat for those of you that want to subscribe, so that later on this year we'll release a teaser and everything. But it's going to be a fully 2D animated Godzilla movie that we're working on. So
dun dun dun. That's put in work.
And to show you, I'll actually show y'all. I think maybe some of you may have seen it, but I'll actually show you the poster for the movie that I did. So give me a second. I'll quickly do that, and then whoever needs to speak, you can do that. Where is it? Oh, maybe it's Google. Okay. Okay, here it is.
There we go. Nice little pixelated just because it's all loops.
Oh,
it still looks nice from here.
Oh, that is cool.
Took me a whole week to make this damn poster.
There you go, man. Speaks for itself. Good job.
All right. Anyone, if anyone needs to speak or whatever, go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess I'm next then if everyone else has already said their piece then. So this has been your guest, the Sea Monster here. You can obviously find me my YouTube channel, Sea Monster Essays. You can also follow me on Twitter where it's pretty much under KCI, parentheses Sea Monster. So, for any updates or stuff and what have you. I also have a live stream called Sea Monster Live where I have like a, sort of like a interchanging, set of guests like Zim here, Minecraft World, Vic, Sea Animus, just to name a few. And I'll be also on here on the 1st of July for the Condom debate. So looking forward to that. And as far as like what I have going on in the pipeline, I am currently working on a couple of videos that I hope to be done by October, pretty much. One for Creature from Black Lagoon, and one covering 2 Dracula themed movies, Renfield and The Last Voyage of the Demeter. I actually have a little update as far as like the progress for the latter goes, at least. I have been able to give Renfield a rewatch, pretty much. So got some notes taken about that. Just got to get around to the other movie, but yeah, so far things are going pretty well. And beyond that, yeah, feel free to check me out, and check out the Biden meme that I posted on there on the Discord as well.
There we go. There we go. And for me, obviously, I've already mentioned the major things I've been working on, YouTube related. And as for other things outside of YouTube, well, like I said, got a huge PC, and a lot of that's going to be working towards developments. And some of that might be of the mobile variety as well as PC variety. Mainly mobile right now. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. As developments go for that, I will let you all know. But thank you for joining us this evening. I'm Zimzilla. We'll see you guys all next time. Thank you for joining us. And as always,
Semper Fi, motherfucker.